Hey, everybody, what's up? Spidey here. And as always, I hope you're having a marvelous day. I'm here with my friend, the one and only 9.9 Newsstand, Manu. How's it going, bud?
I'm really well. How are you tonight?
I have this thought tonight that I really want to pay attention to the chat and like actually answer
Yeah,
people's questions.
I love that thought. I love that thought.
You
Let's
like
do
that?
it.
Like I'm
Yeah,
like,
I'm gonna.
and I have things I want to do and things I want to talk about, but I'm like, man, I really want to make this the chat show.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna ask you something right now at the top of this show
Go right
because
ahead.
I just saw the internet flicker and it hadn't done that when we were backstage. It hasn't
Ye-
done that all day. Is it
uh-huh.
flickering for you right now?
It's good to me, but I think you saw this.
Maybe it was that. Let's just
I think
hope
you
it
saw
was
me.
that.
I think you
But
saw
I
me
will tell
hit
you,
my camera.
being extra into the chat tonight, I think is going to be fantastic because I love that. And I always regret missing the conversations, right? So I want to highlight them and jump into them for sure. Good
And
evening,
with
everybody. RMS, what up?
RMS. And with that being said, I do
VO.
have some stuff for us to do tonight, some
Okay.
stuff to see and talk about. And I know you do as well.
Yeah,
But let's say hello to some people. Soul
let's do
Collectibles was
it.
on the channel yesterday.
Hey, I caught that. That was nice seeing you guys rip open e-packs, digital
E-Packs.
packs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep. And was it
cool.
E-Packs, Internet Packs. It was good stuff.
Yeah.
Dan, how's it going? Happy Tuesday to you.
Hello, Dan.
Just Collectibles. Hello, everyone. Yes, it is a happy Tuesday.
Hey.
You know, I saw you that today while I was at work. You may have not realized it, but I have Instagram up. I see that Don Diego goes live. I hop in because she said channel update. I don't watch your
Yeah,
channel, but I was like,
yeah,
I'm interested. And you know what I
yeah.
discovered?
That it's right now.
It
It's
is
at
going on
9
right
p.m.
now.
East.
We're live in competition with Don Diego, and I know we
You
don't stand a
that
chance, but we do appreciate that you're here.
right. We know. Listen, fair is fair. We know we pick our battles. That's not
Yep,
one we're gonna pick.
yep.
But it's funny. I didn't know you were in there. I had the same thought when she said it was 9 p.m. on Tuesday, which I knew it was. I already knew it was a competitive hour. I was
Yeah,
like, should I say something? No, not gonna say anything because that would be a hater, and I'm not gonna
that
sit
would
there
be.
and hate. Yeah,
Yep,
I'm proud of her.
yep.
I like what she's
Well,
doing. Good for her.
hope she does well. And look, we're not for everybody, and that's okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean. We don't do very much Pokemoning over here.
Who?
Pokemoning. There's not too much
I tell
Pokemon
you,
stuff
like
happening.
I've had some haters in the YouTube comment section before, but probably the worst and most committed was when someone said, "Do you know who Charmander is?" And I said, "No, I do not." And you're just lying. You're not telling the truth. It's like, nope, don't know who
West
that
Coast,
is.
what's up?
What's up, my friend? Yes, this is a happy place. Steve Dog, CC, how's it going? Chad
Hey,
Humphreys, what is going on?
nice. We got our friends here with us. Did we
We
catch
do.
Jesse? Jesse, what's up?
Jess. Jesse, sorry. I don't see
Oh,
the
is
eyes,
it?
so I didn't.
No, I there's no I, so it might be Jess actually. It very well might be Jess. I could
Who
be
knows?
mistaken there.
Steve, is it? Well, I say Steve. Steve B. How's it going? Good morning,
Hello,
USA.
hello,
Thanks for the
hello.
Unbound video. Well, I am glad you enjoyed it. I will have to say that Alonzo Collectibles, he's the one who put that together. He allowed me to do it on the channel here too. Did it on his channel and Joshua Madness, but that was his brainchild. He was like, "Don't open your packs, save them for tonight. Let's go live."
Very nice, very nice. Andrew, good evening, my
It's
friend.
Andrew
Uh,
here.
That was cool. I was glad that I was able to pop into the chat and give you a little bit of a hard time, and then you hit me with the zinger back. I like
Yeah,
that.
okay. I know. You give it to me, I give it to you. That's good
I
stuff.
like it.
Portus, how's it going? All right, so everybody, we're going to be in the chats tonight. So I want your questions for me or Manu. That'd be great. And Dave's waving to his TV. Dave,
Oh, hey,
yeah,
hey.
little thwip to you
A
about
little
that.
flip to you. Wrong
Yeah,
channel. Oh, a thwip. I got you.
yeah.
Okay. I'm like,
Hey,
what the
Spidey
heck?
Manu, good evening. What's up, Cards and Comics Freak? How's
Cards
it
and
going?
comics, what's up? What's going on, man? Hope
Uh,
you're well tonight.
Derpa Derpa Doo says, all righty, Justin, open up another Spider Verse box tonight and get another printing plate. So I will open up another Spider Verse box tonight. I've got it sitting right here. Let me tell you why I'm going to do it.
Why are you gonna do it?
Not because I'm a degenerate and I have to open everything.
Okay.
That's not why.
Okay, I believe you.
The reason why is because I've opened up 8 of the inner case. I mean, opened up 7 of the inner case. I've hit the sketch and I've hit 2 autos and I hit a really short print card. I cannot, in good faith, sell the last remaining box. Can't do it
Oh,
because I've
oh,
likely gotten all the big hits out of that inner.
oh, you're talking about, oh, sorry. I thought, yes, you're talking about that box. Yeah, man, you
Yeah.
hit that 101 sketch. The 1 of 1 printing plate autograph.
Yes. And it's not
That's pretty
just
cool.
it's Miles Morales. It's Shamika Moore.
I got a snarky question for you. We're gonna jump
Please
right
do.
in with the snarky questions.
Oh man, it's a
So
little early.
if the 1 of 1 from that other box is like a $50 to $100,000 card, and this is a Miles Morales 1 of 1, but it's autographed and it's a printing plate, is this a bajillion-dollar card?
Hey, I tell you, I mean, look, the market sets the price. I do not set the price.
Right.
Well, how do I say it? The market sets the value. I can set a price. Anybody
Yeah.
can. Price
Yeah.
is a fact, value is an opinion. Okay.
Price
So
is a fact, values opinion. Yeah.
mhm.
Mhm.
And so I could say, yeah, the price is X number of dollars. Whatever. Like,
Yeah.
doesn't mean somebody will pay it. Doesn't mean it's worth
Right.
it.
Right.
Okay. But if you're like doing a comparable analysis, you go, is it a 1 of 1? Well, technically, it says 1 of 1. Come on, zoom in. There we go.
Yeah.
1 of 1, big bold letters right there at the top. Is it
Mhm.
Miles Morales? Check. Right.
Mhm.
But is it signed auto? Now, this one has the advantage in that regard.
Exactly. Exactly.
But that's not exactly how it works.
No, it's not. I just thought it was a fun question.
I do think it's a special card. There, at last I checked, there was one other printing plate auto on eBay, and it was $1,200 of, I think it's Catherine Hahn. So
Hmm.
doesn't mean that it would sell for that, and that's what it's worth, but that's the only one listed, and I did not see any solds. So who knows what the value is on that thing? All right. What's up, Destructive Collectibles? We've already said hello to
Destructive.
Drew. What do you think of people sending their unbound cards to ComC already? I will tell you that logically it doesn't make sense. To explain that, Unbound, like you said, is an EPAC exclusive physical cards, and people are sending them to ComC to sell them. Okay.
Okay.
Why would they do that? Because they actually have more value inside the ecosystem of EPAC because they have redeemable aspects to them. So
Right.
once you send them to ComC, you can't redeem them.
So
And
the
these cards,
achievements are
mhm,
null.
no, and you won't be able to do the achievement for 52 weeks. So the answer to your question is they don't want to wait 52 weeks to make some money. The second part
Yeah.
of that is ComC has this thing with eBay that they can only list one type of card at a time on eBay. So the first person to ComC gets to set the price on eBay.
Wait, let me think about that again. ComC has this thing where they could only list one of a particular card at a time on eBay. So
Yeah, it's
they
like
can't
the
have two of
exact
the
type.
same card running? Oh, that's actually really fair because they're a consignment shop, and that
Mhm.
would be an unfair competition for someone whose card you're selling.
Right.
It wouldn't make much sense, especially, yeah, no, I could respect that. Yeah.
So if you pull it on ePack, the first one that gets it to ComC gets it listed on eBay, gets to set the eBay market.
And the early enthusiasm seems like gets the higher price for the people that want it first.
Yeah, I
So
agree. Well, I was going to show a card I picked up. I've got a couple things to show, but I picked up this one.
Symbiote Elite, good
This
evening.
is one of the achievements.
Oh, I know. Wait, I know this. What is this called? Is this a
Gold,
bullion?
gold
Bullion?
bullion achievement from Spider-Man Metal.
Yes.
Because I didn't
Right.
do ePack, I had to wait and purchase this, which I did. But I know someone who completed the achievements really quickly, obviously, and then they put them
Hmm.
on ePack and they sent them straight to eBay at a high price to just see if somebody would buy it, knowing that they would be the only one on eBay
Right.
in that short window,
Right.
anyway.
Yeah. That's from Spidey Metal.
Yeah.
It's like my first time seeing one of those, I think.
Well, I mean, it's an achievement card, and I didn't do ePack, so I
Right.
wasn't showing it, and I was probably the one showing you the most Spider-Man metal. But I guess you see it
Without a
other
doubt.
in places.
Yeah, it feels like the first time I'm making that connection. That's cool. Congratulations on that.
Thank you. Happy to have it. So West Coast says, so in a conversation with a friend today, I told him I think every Todd signature at CGC signing is going to be T. McFarlane. The man has to sign 32,000 books. I'm okay with T. McFarlane.
Yeah. Is it 32K or 3,200? I guess it's 32,000. That's a lot. And what I did notice today in one of his videos is that
Don't know how he's going
that's
to
a
do it.
lot. Yeah, that's a lot. He did say that he was going to return in January to finish the rest. He's going to take a break for Christmas.
Yeah.
But I noticed in one of the videos, somebody had a lot of Spider-Man 1, the silver covers, which are the black covers with the silver
Mhm.
webs. And about half of that batch was the full Todd and half was the T. And so there are going to be some full Todds, of course, but what I will say about many of the T McFarlanes that I saw today, they were nice and bold.
Mm.
And that's a plus. They were really, really fresh, ink heavy, in your face sort of signatures. And that's cool. But yeah, all of us are, some secretly, some vocally, are hoping for the Todd signature, the full Todd, if we
Yeah.
can get it.
Todd's smart. I don't think he's lazy. And I think he knows that creating some variants in his name is actually a good thing for the hobby.
You might be right. You might be right.
32,000 exactly the right same way. That's not good.
Did you see the video he did where he was saying, guys, here's where you should have people sign, not here on the art,
Really?
He did a video where he said, let me show you. He did this really kind of like, he did this analogy where he called the cover of a comic book a parking lot at a Walmart.
Okay.
And he said all of the cover is your parking lot, and everywhere there's art, that's a cart or a car in a parking spot. You need to find a parking spot without a car in it. And then he pointed like at the negative space at the top, even though
Yeah.
the person whose book it was had it window bagged at the bottom. He's like bashing this guy's choices, which is hilarious. And then at the end, he goes, come on, guys, it's not that hard. I'll sign the negative area, not over the art. This is easy. And it was like really weird. And then I saw somebody in the comments made a funny comment. And he was like, how about you sign it where they pay you to?
Oh, man. Yeah, just put it right where the money says.
That was funny, but Todd's right about that. And then someone else, I get what he's saying, but still, there's also, regardless of if you sign it over art, it depends on what ink color you use. If the art is dark and you sign it in white, well, it's going to work out just fine.
Mhm.
I thought that was an interesting video and maybe kind of an unnecessary one, but it was fun,
Well, I mean, if Todd's got anything, he's got an opinion.
Mm.
And so,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
what experience I have of him through a screen, because I've met him, I've seen him in person. I've never actually met him, had a one-on-one conversation. I just think he has to have something to say. He's like, it had to be something. And that was it this time.
Hey, I got to tell you, I got a soft spot for someone that has an opinion and wants to say what he's thinking.
Yeah. Opinion.
But sometimes.
Hey, you don't get paid for facts. You get paid for opinions. Think about that for a minute. Okay. So Ryan says, do we know when the sign is going down? It's going down now.
Yeah, it's going down.
Like it's happening now.
Yeah.
The miles is epic. Thank you, Third Eye Investments.
It is a
what
pretty
does
great
Third Eye
video.
mean?
Congrats. It means insight. You're insightful. You know things. You're aware of things. You're not just looking with what they tell you to look with or at what they tell you to look at.
Manu is not from the same side of the railroad tracks as me. That's not what Third Eye meant when I was a kid.
Oh, what did it mean for you? I don't know that. What does it mean?
Love that plate. Thank you. We're moving on.
Okay.
I want
okay.
a Team McFarlane. Nice. I got 8 cars waiting. That's awesome. Yeah. I don't know if he's moving through the cards first or after or simultaneously. I don't know.
Oh, he also said he's going to give people little gifts. He's going to open up packs of cards and sign them and just include them as special gifts to certain people. Just randomly insert it within their comic book order. You're going to get signed.
Did he say that?
He said that in a video on
where's Norn at? That feels like a Fausto idea that's being executed.
Maybe so. I like that. Let's give him credit regardless.
Because what do we know? We know that if you talk to Todd about Marvel cards, he goes on a rant about how they don't pay him and he doesn't like them.
Oh.
Yeah. Because when I was in New York, I was talking to CGC. I was like, hey, I'd really like to get Todd on camera talking about Marvel cards, talking about his Marvel cards, and they were like, "Don't do that."
So
They
even
won. They
like
were
the
like,
even the '90s McFarlane set, because that's the set that he had in his hand. I figured he got paid for that.
"You don't get him to talk about it because he goes on
Wow.
this negative rant about how Marvel doesn't pay him for the images on the cards, and so he's upset."
Dang.
So okay, then maybe we won't get him on camera. Happy Tuesday, Bad Wizard, Mr. Chris.
Hey, Bad Wizard, hello.
This is a great question from Soul Collectibles. What do you see the value of autos later during the release?
During the release, meaning when the books start to come back, or the books and cards?
I think he just means like after they're all back. What do you think the value of autos are going to do?
I have two ways of answering this question, but I'll let you go first, and then I'll develop some more thoughts.
Well, I mean, look, anytime you have more of something, value typically goes down.
Right.
I mean, that's just generally speaking. So
Yeah.
I would say that it's probably going to have a negative impact on what current books that are autographed sell for. But then this is also going to draw out some really, really special books, and those will do better. But there's going to be a gap between those two.
Yeah, I think my opinion falls right along with that. If you got 32,000 books,
Mhm.
you could assume very many people are just taking advantage of the situation to sell them. All of those are going to come to market. The people that only did it to sell it, as soon as they see a bunch of other of the sames, they're going to panic. They're going to start slashing the prices. It's going to be a buyer's market on top of a buyer's market with some of the best McFarlane items out there. It's time to buy. If you
Mhm.
did not submit, you're going to have a great time fishing, and you're going to be able to get a little bit of everything you want,
Yeah, I
is
tell
what I
you,
would assume.
I think it could be a really good strategy to buy the auto because you don't know what grade you're going to get, and you can or what signature you're going to get. If you
Yeah,
wait, you can be like, you know what, I can put my money exactly on which auto, which grade of the item that I want. So I think that's good.
100%.
I think the Marvel card market is going to be interesting because a couple of different things are happening there that's new. Okay.
Hmm.
So we have had authenticated signatures, PSA, whatever they do authenticated signatures, which means it's not pack pooled necessarily, but they're attesting that it likely was the actual person that signed. What CGC does, as you know, is they witness the signature and they engrade it, but they
Mm-hmm.
give it a yellow label.
Mm-hmm.
Yellow label is unique to me because in the authenticated signature for PSA, the label doesn't change. It just says
Yeah.
authenticated. The yellow label in the comic book world has a prestige to it.
Mm-hmm.
And because it has a prestige to it, I think that prestige will carry over to the Marvel cards to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
And so even though it wasn't pack pulled, it's going to be witnessed. So it's not just authenticated, it's witnessed. It's going to have the prestigious yellow label. I think it's going to look good in the slab. So I actually think
Yeah.
those stand a chance to have a moment in the marketplace until people, figure out how many's out there.
Agreed. And not to mention, it's going to have the McFarlane scroll on that yellow label. They're going to
Yeah,
be hot. There's no question.
they're
People are
going
going
to
to
be
want
hot.
them. They're going to get snatched up. I agree with
Yeah.
you. I'm going to do some shopping. This is what I told Alonzo. I said, I didn't submit any cards, but we were talking about like the grandiose high series Venom and stuff like that. If those hit the market, they look good signed and it's a high grade. I want a
So
perfect 10, but what are the chances? But
I hear
still,
you. I hear you. But let's talk about that high series grandiose Venom for a second. You
yeah.
see that it sold? It was on Gingy Man Cards top 10 Marvel card sales of the week.
No, what? How much did it sell for?
200 and something bucks at a 9.5.
That
So think
seems a
about it
little
for a minute. I
okay.
know. That's what I'm wanting you to think about. Put a price out there, non-auto, nice and strong. And the auto comes out. I'm not saying it's
Oh,
not worth it. It felt a little strong to me.
I like that you said all that you just said. That yeah, wow. So that was a CGC 9.5.
Yep.
It sold for 250.
Somebody clean me up here on what it sold for. If you watched the video, I just watched it. I think it was if somebody in the chat could go to 130 point, because I think it was the best
Yeah,
offer accepted. Wasn't a bid.
I could check that out too. I want to say Soul Collectible said the question was originally meant for Unbound autos, and we just ran with it about the McFarlane signing.
Oh yeah, we were already on McFarlane.
Yeah, he said in comparison to last year, but with more people taking part in the set. However, any conversation is good conversation. You're the man. Appreciate it. And then Andrew says, I also feel cards will prosper as this is the first or one of the first card signings, right? I believe this is the actual first card signing. Well, for CGC, it is without a doubt the first card signing, but generally
Yeah.
speaking, it might be McFarlane's first like card signing. Absolutely agree. Those comic oddities, those full signatures and special inks will do particularly well. He nailed it. That was a beautiful comment,
It's
Andrew.
not
Thank you.
Todd's first card signing. He signed Spawn cards in the 90s. We know that. They were pack pooled. He signed
Okay.
he signed DC cards that you could get in the packages of the toys, which I've shown on the channel here before, and he signs those
Okay.
T. Dot McFarlane.
Oh, I remember those. Those are recent. Those are in the last year.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, around the last year. So he has signed cards before, but this is the first time CGC has ever graded them. Period. Where do you see the value? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, bud.
Oh no, I said we just have two people saying we have Cardboardology and Just Collectibles saying that it was a best offer of $225 that was accepted, and Just also said one sold last week for $170.
Hey, maybe it's there. Maybe I'm underestimating it. I say that not because I know, but I just want people to think with all of their brain.
Yeah, I agree. It seems $250 for that card, knowing how many 9.5s are going to make it to the census, does seem a bit rich. But I'm also happy to see it get that price because it's such a gorgeous card. So
yeah, I love it. Happy for the card. I'm happy. I opened up a lot of Spider-Man metal. It'd be nice if it sells now. I'm not, just want everybody to be careful because if that sells for 175, 225, slap $125 auto, it also gets a 9.5. Are you going to be paying 800 for it? 700 for it? See what I'm saying?
I mean, I feel like if there ends up being a signed perfect 10, I'm gonna go after it and I'm gonna spend over $1,000, but I'm gonna exit around the $1,100-$1,200 mark. That just seems way too. It doesn't seem too expensive. That's just I'll be out. Someone else can have it at that point. But a perfect 10 with a nice bold autograph on a grandiose high series Venom, I would pay $1,100 for that card. So
not pristine. You mean perfect? 10, 10, 10, 10.
Yeah. I want the perfect
Okay,
10.
gotcha.
I don't want the pristine.
What is up, Symbiote Elite? And so we did really have this question from Soul Collectibles on Unbound. He was asking about the value of the autos. The auto values are going to be very much predicated on the character. The character is going to be what drives that. 50 autos is actually a lot in some regards, in the sense of being available to people who are willing to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on an auto. But if it turns out to be a Spider-Man or Venom or Carnage or Deadpool, people are going to pay even more for those because of the character collectors and the people who are trying to get them for the achievements. So that's going to really what drive that price up. Really be what drives that price.
Yeah.
Was not
Brian,
aware.
hello.
Sorry, I'm like still in the middle of the chat.
No, please be.
Okay. Chris was not aware of the function of ComC. I was not either. Somebody had to teach me that. Imagine ComC letting us send physical cards to complete achievements. Yeah, well, they can't. It's once it's out of EPAC, it's a one-way street. It doesn't. You can go from EPAC to ComC, but you can't come back from ComC to EPAC. Mm-hmm. And I don't see that ever happening, really. Dave says he thinks it's 32,000, not 3,200.
3,200 does seem a little light if you just think about it. That seems kind of light. 32,000.
Yeah. I mean, I think more than 32 individuals sent something. Yeah. And then if they sent 2, 3, 5, 7, 8 things, it adds up.
Can you call your people at CGC and tell them to release the numbers for us? Transparency,
Yeah, like they're counting though.
Of course they're counting. What do you mean?
I'm just
Of
kidding.
cour-
Called a census.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, you got me.
Red PMGs from Spider-Man Metal are starting to be sold at half of what they were selling for last week. Now you can get some crazy good deals to finish your rainbow. That's good. Look,
Do,
patience
do you
pays off.
you have do you have some idea? I could probably look at 130 points to see if some have
Mhm.
sold, but what are like PSA 10s of some of the really excellent red, like a Carnage red PMG or a Venom PM? Oh, are they even PSA 10s
I
of
would say I'm
PMGs?
sorry. I'm like, I have not seen
Oh,
a
okay.
PSA 10.
Okay.
Remember, most PMGs carry about a 2 to 3% gem rate on PSA. So PSA 10s
Wow.
are at about 2 to 3%. So you send 100, you get 2 or 3 PSA 10s, and which of
Wow.
those are actually going to get posted for sale? Um, yeah, I have not seen any.
Got it.
Blue parallel and greens of higher tier characters are drying up as well. I still need the green Spider-Mans for number 76 and the blue. No, I think I have the blue. So if you see one of those for sale, please let me know. I would like to pick that up if it's a good price. So much people. Okay, so Peach Momoka, you know who she is.
Hmm.
They're starting to do some variant art of Peaches in Marvel Snap. There could be more in store for Marvel cards. I look, guys. I would love to see a Marvel Snap Marvel card set. I think it would be fun. You know, it doesn't have to be high end, doesn't have to have rare, low numbered stuff or any of that kind of stuff. But maybe some autos from the artist would be cool. A couple of sketch cards, but I would love to see a set of that. Saw the Walmart parking lot Instagram story. Okay, yeah, talking about Todd.
Yeah. Derpa.
Spidey senses a third eye. Stop.
Hey,
Tool's
he's
Third
right.
Eye is a sick song. How about Third Eye Blind? That's a sick band.
It's also a sick name because they're saying that they're not insightful. It's cool.
What else do you expect from a Stanford grad?
Oh gosh, that's hilarious. I like going to Stanford's campus. It's fun over there. It's nice.
I've never been there. Couldn't point it out on a map. So
Oh,
no, it's in California.
yeah.
No, it's near Los Angeles, right?
No, no, it's in the northern. It's in Northern California, not southern.
Northern
It's in the
California?
Silicon. It's in the Silicon Valley. It's more like San
Oh,
Jose.
that's
That's
right.
that side of things.
Yeah. Does unbound cards disappear when you redeem them like Spider-Man Metal? No, they do not. They do not disappear.
Mm. Oh, you
What's
get to
up,
keep
Doom?
everything.
You do. I mean, and that's
Doom.
important because they're numbered cards.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
good.
So happy to see you. So happy to see you too. Flooding the market on, I think he's talking about the autos.
Yes,
Uh,
correct.
it's a buyer's market right now. This is us being committed to the chat tonight, guys. So if you feel like
I
the
love
flow's a
it.
little off here, just working through the chat. There we go. All right, here's Andrew. Also feel cars will prosper. Oh, you read this. You
Yeah,
read this.
yes. Sorry, yeah, I did.
Okay. If you could totally guess, how many autographs do you think, or would you, if you could totally guess,
Oh,
how
I
many
couldn't even.
autographs would you calculate Stanley ever signed?
I couldn't even assume. But I would assume in the last, in more recent years. I mean, he signed, so he was taken advantage of. But I can't even. I wouldn't even venture to guess.
Well, Stanley signed pretty much nonstop, I think, the last probably 15, 20 years of his life,
Wow.
um, would be my guess. Um, but I mean, I hate to even say this, unless someone's holding on to stickers, we know he's done. And so that creates something a little different with Stan in terms of like how many as compared to Todd. Like if, I hope Todd outlives me. Like I hope he lives a long time. But if he were to sign at CGC and then something happened to him, well, then the whole conversation changes. It doesn't it doesn't go to the market's flooded. It goes to that's it. There's no more. And then the market has a totally different reaction.
I agree.
I was like, where are you at, Manu? I can't see you because I'm looking up something here. I bought something today. Actually, I bought a
Oh,
couple
what'd you
of
get?
things. I'm going to show you.
All right, cool.
Let's see here. Why is it doing that? View order. There it is. Like, oh, it wants me to log in. Hold on, everybody. I got to log into eBay.
I'm gonna jump ahead. In the RMS asks Manu, any recent card pickups? Actually, yes, my friend. There are a couple of cards, 4 or 5 cards that are on their way to me right now. 2 of which I picked up yesterday, so I'll show you those when they get here. And I'm trying to remember where are my latest ones. One I did show on my story yesterday. It's a Golden Web like Chromium Carnage card that I really. Oh, it's actually from '95 Spider-Man Fleer, and it's called the Masterpieces. That insert set is like the Chrome Masterpieces set, and that Carnage card is really awesome. So I picked that up. I do want to actually see if it's right here. One sec.
All right.
I have
Let
no
me.
idea
So
where I put
you're
that
showing
thing.
something real quick.
No, you. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I just wanted to see if I had that card handy, but
Well, listen
I
to me
don't
while
know
I
where the
show
heck it
the
is.
chat this. So I picked
No
up.
way.
Yeah, I picked up this auto of Stan Lee. Look how clean this auto looks.
That's beautiful.
Stan the man, Silver Age. I do not have a Stan Lee card that's pack pulled auto, and I thought this was a good one to pick up here.
I love that.
So I got it for $325 plus, the cost of whatever else, and hopefully it's in good condition. Looks pretty good to me.
It
Maybe
does
that
look pretty
corner
good,
has
actually.
something going on there. It's hard to tell because it's on that carpet or counter that's the same, almost the same color as the card.
Yeah.
But overall, it looks good. Hey, Stan. So yeah, very happy to have that.
Great card, great photo, great signature. Congrats. I really like that.
Thank you. And that's one that I really want to get graded at CGC because it's a pack pull card. It'll get a blue label. Good stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah. This is the Carnage card that I showed it on the story, and I think a lot of us
Yes,
know it. It's just so sick.
it really is one of the best Carnage.
It's just such a sick card, and so I bought it. It's here now,
So a
and
sealed
I'm
box of
happy.
that sold for $625 on eBay.
Of what? Of
Yeah,
95? Awesome.
sealed. Yeah,
I love that.
yeah.
Oh, that's oh, congratulations, 95 Fleer. That's sick. Oh, that makes me so happy.
I'm so behind on the chat. We're just now getting to what the very first card we mentioned sold for. What is up, Keith? How's it going? How are you?
Constantine, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Constantine, just give me a yes or a no to what I'm about to ask you. Is it Constantine or is it Constantine? I guess you can't give me a yes or no to that. What the heck?
Yes, it's Constantine.
Yes,
No, it's not Constantine.
there we go. Is it Constantine? Yes or no? Thank you, my friend. I would love to know.
Mhm.
It's the first one. It is Constantine. Thank you, my friend. Now, anyone that ever calls you Constantine, I will with confidence tell them that they are wrong.
Including me.
No, you have you? I don't remember that. It was just
I
somebody else
mean,
I
it's
heard.
it. I mean, I said AMS. So,
For a few weeks. No one bothered you about it. We love you, Justin. We know what you're
oh,
talking about.
thank
Yeah.
you. I feel people have been hoarding some of those more unique, high grade books, which will drive the market on some books quite high. There will be some PC books we're all going to be jealous of. Talking about the Todd signing.
Yeah, for sure. Some beautiful PC stuff is going to come out of this. Yes.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I think the yellow label witness SIGs on those cars by CGC is a big deal. It is a massive deal.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to I don't want to sound too dramatic, but we fought for that. Like we wanted that because it suits Marvel collectibles because it's something that's baked into the collecting hobby from the comic book side of things. So to be able to have cards signed by our favorite creators and artists and writers and actors for that matter, then and to get a yellow label just like a comic book would, I think it's a big deal.
Yeah. It makes good sense too. I'm glad that you and I'm assuming you and Norn were ahead of that brainstorming session.
Well, I mean, we certainly fall for it, and Norn is he's leading the charge.
That's a beautiful thing. I'm glad that worked out. That's the right way it should have been for sure.
Yeah, look at Brian Lorenz. What's going on? If I can get a base and holofoil Carnage, I tap out and be super happy. Of
Holofoil, I
what?
think he means the grandiose.
Grandiose? Okay.
I think so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he might be referring to a grandiose.
Have you guys seen Panini Marvel icon cards? I have not, unless that's what Naj has been showing us on her account.
Those might be the icon cards, but those are more referred to as like a sticker set, correct? Oh, Symbiote Elite said he meant Unbound, actually. The Carnage and the comment he made about the holofoil.
Yeah, I'm with him on that. So Swish Rip said, did anyone see Ash Gonzalez's recreation of a PMG? It's up for auction today. So he discovered, like other artists have been doing it, and I don't want to say too much right now, but I do have something in the works. But discovered basically how to do the foiling on a sketch card that mirrors what a PMG foiling is. So now you're getting a sketch card with foiling to give it that PMG look.
Cool. I did see that, and I hope he does well on that. I saw a couple of bids as well.
Sweet. 9.9 wasn't asking, he was telling.
I don't remember what that was in regards to, but I appreciate that.
Yep. He says there are PSA 9 ones, but have not seen any red PMG PSA 10s.
Thank you for that, Durfa. Thank you.
That was related to earlier. Armando, the Redeem Unbound do not disappear. Look, Keith's just doing a good job answering Armando's question earlier.
Keith, what up?
Here we got Marvelous Packs. Patience always pays off. Don't FOMO into cards, and you will find the card you are hunting will find you for less. I like it. Good advice.
Great advice.
I got a 9 and was ecstatic. Yes, you should be ecstatic for a 9 in any PMG, point blank. 9 is a premium grade for PMGs, specifically Marvel PMGs.
Agreed.
Just purchased a 76 blue parallel. Very nice. Marvel Snap set would be very cool. I agree. Third Eye Blind Whales. That means it's good, right?
Whales, yes. In terms of music, yes.
Yeah,
I think
that's good. I think that's what that means.
Hey, regardless, hello.
Step back from that ledge, my friend. Let me get it.
Wait,
Jumper.
Step back from the what?
The ledge.
Okay, I will.
You should cut ties to all the lies that you've been living in.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man, sorry. 90s music. Did you see what 90s song I put in on the story? I was wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Which one was it?
You don't even know it, do you?
I don't remember it. Which one
I did Lightning Crashes by Live.
I don't know that song.
Oh, come on. Where were you at in the 90s?
At a comic book store buying McFarlane stuff.
This makes sense. Okay.
Yes.
Hey guys, still hearing the end of December for Ultra Avengers? Well, I'm not hearing anything, but that is still the date that's on Dave and Adam's last I checked. So that would be nice. Is it possible? I mean, I guess so. We were surprised with the Unbound release. Even Fred Ian himself thought that the Unbound would be released next year. So he was surprised that it happened this soon. And yeah, so maybe Upper Deck can surprise us with Fleer Ultra Avengers by the end of the year.
Yeah, it'd be a nice surprise.
Imagine going into New Year's break, having time to relax and open up product.
I know you're a little bit behind in the chat. That's okay. I'm going to say hello, Craig. Craig just joined us. Craig, hello, my friend. How are you?
Hey, Craig. How are you? Soul Collectibles SSM only disappeared because of the combinable aspect not redeemable. Oh, that makes sense. What's going on, Alonzo? You've already answered the recent pickups. Justin, did you need any of the Spider Family neon blues like Spider-Woman Scarlet? You know, that's a great question. I do intend to pick up that full set one day. But that possibly will be something I do later on, not right now.
I need a moment to say hello to Alonzo because I didn't hear when you said hi. And hello, Alonzo. How are you?
Yeah. Thank you, Dave. Is it wrong that I used a use two $50 credits on Whatnot from an infamous sports channel to buy Marvel cards. That sounds intelligent.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, good job for you, man. I picked up a playable sketch card of Spider-Man from Marvel. Oh, 2015 3D Legends. I love those cards. They're like TCG cards, and they sketch the character, and it has like the play aspect, but the card is sketched. So think if you pulled a Pokemon card, but it was a sketch card with playable aspects.
Mm-hmm.
Those are cool. I really like those a lot, actually.
I never
And,
heard of a playable sketch card. It's cool.
and they're cheap. Like I don't even understand it because it it also has like the title of the character on it, which I love. I love having that kind of trade dress and the sketch of that on there. I say they're cheap. I think they're cheap because they had a high guarantee rate per box. So there's a lot of them. Very nice, you two. Don't know what that.
Hey.
Thank you.
Yes, we appreciate it.
Yeah, it's love that Masterpiece Chrome base set.
Yeah, I love it.
Just pulled a Venom Masterpiece yesterday. Venom versus Scarlet hologram. I think is he talking about an older '90s set?
I think they had a hologram of Venom versus Scarlet. What? Scarlet who? Scarlet Spider? Scarlet what?
I would imagine Scarlet Spider.
There's a hologram of Venom. That's cool, man. I want to see that. I can't even imagine that card.
So Marvelous Pack says Deadpool will be next, not Carnage on Unbound. So it looks like there's some comments about what will be the next character on Unbound. I looked at this. I looked at the Series 1 or 2021 Unbound, and they did not always go in alphabetical order. It was like they started to go off in alphabetical order of the character name, and then they were like, forget it. We're not doing that anymore. And then they went back to alphabetical order, and they were like, forget it. We're not doing that anymore. And then they ended with the W's, which felt like they were going in alphabetical order. They started with a C, and we know that Carnage and Black Panther are coming, and those are both alphabetically before Cyclops. So I don't know what's going on there. This may have to do with when Fred Ian gets the sketch cards in and gets them to Upper Deck and which characters those are. And so when they get those sketch cards, they may say, and then we'll release that character. And so that might be what's going on there. So I just can't say I know it's going to be in alphabetical order.
And Soul was talking about, I kind of remembered it, and then I looked it up, but I was like, wait, really? And it's called a Holo Blast. It is a hologram, but it's the one where you have an animated Venom in full color, and then the background is a hologram with Scarlet Spider. And I do remember the card. Very cool, my friend. That's awesome.
Sweet. Let's see here. 9's a great grade on PMG for sure. Paul says, heard we are not getting Dr. Doom for MCU Secret Wars. Not sure I like that. Kang will be great. I think we need Doom. I hope this is wrong. How can you tell the Secret Wars storyline without Doom? You have to tell a different story. You can call it Secret Wars, but it's like telling the Infinity Gauntlet story without Thanos.
You cannot do that.
You can tell an Infinity Gauntlet story, but you can't tell the one that we all know and love. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he means, he's meaning the movies, not like a trading card set. Oh, that would be terrible. That'd be terrible, terrible. Was Daredevil in the first set? No, he was not. Yes, in terms of music, I think former rapper Manu. Yeah. So you just didn't listen to alternative rock.
I didn't.
In the 90s.
I didn't.
So where does Matchbox 20s rank in your hierarchy of music?
It doesn't.
Doesn't exist.
No, it just wasn't part of my world. So I respect it. I have the utmost respect for it, but I couldn't tell you a single song or anything of it at all.
Gosh.
Maybe one.
I mean, I felt like I knew how you experienced the 90s, but now I don't know.
I like that you don't have me figured out.
Okay.
Good.
So what music were you listening to in the 90s?
East Coast rap.
So you were okay, give me the years.
Like early 90s to
The
late
music
90s
became
was
important to you because I mean, I'm
music
assuming in
became important to
elementary
me
school.
immediately, right away. But it wasn't by like, it wasn't like I was figuring out what I liked. It was what my surroundings were and what I heard. I used to walk to the liquor store and get these little cassette tapes that were mixtapes that had like Ice T and Ice Cube and all the,
Yeah,
current rap hits on it, and secretly listen to those because I wasn't allowed to listen to, profanity and stuff like that.
yeah.
And I did also buy these crazy like rock and roll tapes because they had amazing art on them, but I didn't sonically, it didn't work for me.
Uh-huh.
And then there was also just other weird stuff. But I grew up on Michael Jackson. Michael
Okay.
Jackson was huge, a huge, huge influence. Used to dance around the living room to Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson and stuff like that. But Michael for sure. And then yeah, and then it went into rap. It went into 90s rap. It became some of my favorite artists. There's an artist named Az. There's an artist named Jay-Z, of course. His first album,
Mhm.
Reasonable Doubt, came out in 1996. I was 11. That's just an incredible piece of work. And Nas and things like that. It was like the East Coast hip hop, the East Coast rap for me. The
What is
the
that,
stuff that was
97?
what? Which one?
When Jay-Z came out. What year was that?
1996, 96.
96? Okay.
Yeah, it was 1996. It was a Reasonable Doubt. It came out on a label called Priority, and then he had his like larger release a year after, and
Mhm,
I'm pretty sure that was on Def Jam.
mhm.
Um, and so yeah, it was just stuff like that. There was obviously a lot of hip hop and rap that influenced me here locally in California as well, but I
That's what I'm trying to
gravitated.
think through. You're on the West Coast, but you
Yeah,
specifically and there was a
it
big
was a
East Coast, West Coast thing going on at the time.
it didn't have anything to do with that. It's just that I wasn't a gangster. I was a hustler. Like that was my mentality. So I liked the sort of like intellectual communication of the street life, but about
Mhm,
money,
mhm.
rather than the communication of just violence and aggression that a lot of what was coming out of the Bay Area. It's not the only
Mhm.
thing. There was also hip hop that wasn't about drugs or money at all,
So
right?
you were not listening to Biggie Smalls, Puffy, and Mace?
I love Biggie Smalls, Puffy. I love Biggie, Puffy, and Mace. I love Puff Daddy back in the
Okay.
day. I love Mace. Like Mace
Yeah,
was one of my favorite rappers, but that was
yeah.
after I had already decided what sort of rap I liked a lot. But
Okay.
Mace is just a smooth guy, and lyrically he was pretty incredible. So yeah.
Interesting. Alright, well, I'm getting a bigger view of Manu.
Well, there's a lot. If we want to go down the music rabbit hole, there's a lot of conversation. I'm loving that some of our friends here are in support of AZ. Man, AZ's that guy.
AZ,
I love
AZ.
AZ. I wish him and Nas. Yeah, I wish him and Nas kind of like blew up together, but it's all good. And I love the way that he all of that stuff was Big L. Come on. Bro,
Yeah.
Symbiote Elite just brought a big L. Big my man, you are speaking my language. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Absolutely. Tribe is amazing. Wu-Tang is amazing. And everything that it influenced and led to is amazing. See, my relationship with Tribe Called Quest sort
Mhm,
of matured after they were popular because I was in this lane where I was like, that's backpack rap. And if I
mhm.
wanted backpacks, I'd go to school. Like I was sort of like that thing, and
Mhm.
I was the street stuff kind of made more sense to me or resonated with me a little bit more. X, of course, DMX, of course, rest in peace. Black
Yeah.
Star is incredible. Black Star is Guru and wait, no, Black Star. You're talking about Taleb Kweli and Mos Def. Gangstar was Guru and what was the producer's name? Someone's gonna beat me up. Oh my gosh. Okay, well,
So so
yeah.
in that era, in the South, for whatever reason, m Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Tupac, that was a bigger influence here during that time.
They were huge. And Dr. Dre is what were the names that you mentioned? Dr. Dre
Dr.
who?
Dre, Tupac,
Yeah.
and Snoop Dogg.
And so I'll talk about that just a bit. So obviously Tupac was humongous,
Mhm,
right? And obviously Dr. Dre was as well. What Dr. Dre did for production, like sonically cleaning up and
mhm,
making it like sort of more refined and more intricate, I
mhm,
really appreciated that. But again, that music was coming out of a label called Death Row, which it didn't connect with me, right? Tupac
yeah,
to me is absolutely incredible. As a human being, I fell in love with him, but in
mhm,
terms of the music, it wasn't my choice. and people really don't like this opinion of mine, I didn't fall in love with most of the music. There's some songs that obviously I love and I know very well,
Yeah.
but I didn't dive into Pac because it was a little too whatever it was for me. It was a little too revolutionary. It was a little too fight the
Yeah.
fight for me. I'm just trying to get some money, man. And so
It
I
was
was
a
on some
little
other stuff.
more. It definitely felt a little more gangster, I guess is probably the way
It's
I
a
would
little
say
more
it.
gangster. But if you know
Mhm.
Tupac's history, he's not like, you can't just write him off as a gangster. He's an intellectual, he's an artist, he's
Yeah.
a creative, he's so many things. It's so incredible. That's why as a person, he impacted me. As a music,
Mhm.
I was listening to other stuff.
Yeah. Brenda's got a baby, but Brenda's barely got a brain. It's a shame that she can hardly spell her name. That's not our problem. That's up to Brenda's family. Let me tell you how that affects our whole community.
Oh, guys, we're getting a treat tonight. We're getting a treat tonight.
Yeah.
No, big up, rest in peace, Pac. Incredible. I've got pictures with Suge Knight and stuff I'm not proud of, but every now and then I look at him because it's Suge, he's like an icon, but not a great human.
I'm
So,
gonna say, like, I heard something the other day where like he like shut down celebrity parties because they were horrified of him.
you want me to tell you some stories? Should we
Yeah.
go? Whew. Okay.
All
Names
right.
will remain.
Can I
Yeah.
open up a box of cards while you tell the story?
Yeah. Yeah. And some things I can't, no one, I can't say anyone's names.
Yeah, keep it
Um,
marvelous.
yeah. So my first times running into Suge, I wasn't living in Los Angeles, but I was there a lot. And the first time I ever met him was at an award show. He was a really nice guy. He was smoking a cigar. He was big and he was imposing. The cigar wasn't
You
lit, I
mean
don't believe.
he was smoking a redwood tree?
I, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, exactly,
It
yeah.
was
It
massive.
wasn't lit, but it was there, and I was promoting something at the time, and yeah, you see a celebrity, you want to get the little bit of clout from a photo, you take a picture with them. So I asked him politely, "Can I get a picture?" He was super nice. He like grabbed me, brought me over there. We snapped a couple of shots, laughed with a couple people, and then I was like, "Okay, goodbye." And fast forward a little bit, I'd moved to Los Angeles and I started running into him a lot. I would actually run into him late nights at hookah lounges. He used to drive around in a red Bentley coupe and a red Range Rover. So you would know he was at the location before you even saw him because it would be out front. And I would see him a lot. And yeah, a lot of people that I would be around would be nervous around him. But I just knew, I didn't know him from the streets. I was just some Indian kid that wanted to say hi to Suge. So why would he be frightened or anything or offended by that? He was nice to me. He was always
You're
very nice to
Indian?
me. so, and so, I would see him around, and every time I would interact with him, people would have some things to say about it. Yeah, I was like, who just joined us? People would have some things to say about it. They would be like, dude, why are you dealing with them? So on and so forth. And I'm not dealing with the guy, just interacting with him as I see him. There was one particular night I was with a friend that was very close to me. This is, years into my time in Los Angeles. And there was a show in South Central. I forgot where it was. I forgot the what the place was called. And I was with one of those people that you can just go. You don't need tickets. You just go. You could go backstage. You could go front. You go wherever you want. And so I was with one of those people. And in the car, while we were going, he said, we were talking about Suge for some reason. And he said, nah, Suge would never show up here. He said things are bad for him around here right now. Suge would not show up. And he was really bold about speaking up about, his distaste for Suge or how he's not, intimidated by Suge or anything like that. So we get into the show and we start doing our thing where we're walking down lower, 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 just passing security, acting like we belong and not letting anyone question us. That was a good tactic that worked for me a lot. Um,
Like it?
and while we're, saying hello to everybody, the person I'm with knows everyone. He was very loud, not loud, but having a great time, very conversational. And guess who walks in?
Ugh.
Suge. The guy with me shut his mouth and everybody got quiet. And while
Wow.
we thought we were doing something walking down the center, he cleared out the whole side of the building and walked wherever he wanted to go. And I just thought that was really interesting because people were talking down on him, saying how they're not scared of him, so on and so forth. But when he showed up, no one had anything to say, right? He
Wow.
still demanded that sort of respect, if you will, but he's not a guy to respect. And another story I'll tell you guys, if any of you guys remember this, many years ago, TMZ covered him getting punched in the head and knocked out in front of a club. The club was called Basque. The person that punched him in the head was one of the guys I knew.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, so that was incredible. That was really funny. And then, he was said to be terrified for his life afterwards, but he wasn't. He went right back to work the next day, did some other TMZ interviews about how, he's still at the barbershop doing what he does, and nothing ever happened to him. I haven't
Wait,
seen the guy
a
for years. I hope
barber
he's well.
knocked him out?
These different kind of barbers, man. These aren't, you know what I mean? Like, he's a barber, but I see I'm saying way too much. I'm saying, yes, he was a barber. Yes, he was a barber, Justin.
Cut your hair and kill
And
you.
he's a really great guy, stand-up guy, him and his associates. But yeah, I just thought it was funny because I caught that on TMZ and I had a little chuckle to see him knocked out. And then when they were interviewing the knockout kid, that's what they were nicknaming him. I was like, oh my gosh, I know him. So I had to call one of my friends and be like, dude, such and such did that. He said, yeah. I said, is such and such hiding? He said, no, such and such don't care. And
He
I just
doesn't
thought that
care.
was fascinating, man. Shug's, why am I saying any of this publicly? This is terrible.
Hey.
Justin, this video cannot post after this. Shug, thank you for the photos.
I bring out the best in you, Manu.
That's it. I can't, what the heck is wrong with me? All right.
Well, thank you for sharing
anyway.
that. That was very entertaining.
It was fun times in Los Angeles, man. It was fun being in the music business. It was fun just being involved with people that were creating music. It was interesting, man. It was really interesting.
You hit a dimensions collide, and that looks like it might be a color collide. And it is.
Tell me about that.
Well, it's just a variant. So these are harder to hit, and they have a different. They have like this yellowish background is what I've been noticing, but got it of a Spider-Man New York.
Rivalry said a lineup and a two-piece. I wonder if anybody actually remembers when that happened. I mean, this is a long time ago, but some people probably remember Suge getting knocked out and TMZ covering it.
Manu, you're going to get the vanilla ice treatment if you keep talking bad about Suge Knight.
Oh, man. Maybe, hopefully he doesn't watch too much Marvel card content.
Yeah, you never know, man.
But,
celebrities
like
are into Marvel cards now.
They Lala has set everything up.
Did it start with Lala or did it start with Spidey Jew?
It started with Spidey, of course. Spidey Jew 09.
That's me, or was me.
It's
Artist
still
formerly
you.
known as.
Exactly.
All right, what do we got here? This feels. Nope. It's funny.
I think he is. Swish asked, "Isn't he locked up?" Swish, I haven't followed, but I actually think you're right. I think he might be.
Yeah, something happened.
West Coast said Suge's in jail for running someone over in public. I actually remember him I remember, rest in peace. I remember that. That was quite unfortunate. And that's why I said he's not a good guy.
Seems pretty cowardly to run over somebody.
There's just a lot. It's just a different world.
They probably get YouTube in the C-Link. In the Clink, sorry, the Clink.
You said C-Link. I was like, what's the C-Link?
Well,
is that what they call
it? Because
television?
my brain is trained to interpret CenturyLink to C-Link. That's one of our Fortune 500 companies that's located here, or was, and they've renamed it. Uh-oh, we got a vault here of Jeff Davis. It's numbered out of 125. Hope y'all can see that. It's not focusing.
What is it exactly?
It is a manufactured patch.
Okay.
Nothing here, as they call it, the Letterman, numbers or letters, and it spells Spider-Verse, and that's the V in Spider-Verse.
Got it. Understood.
Okay, we got something here. What do we got? Oh, okay, we got this. Oh, and a sticker. That's what it is. I knew I saw something. I think I have that one.
Oh, Brian, I'm like going up in the chat. Brian Mob Deep. Yes. Yes. So much. I mean, the West Coast had a lot of great music too. But yeah, my attention was on the East Coast stuff.
More money, more problems.
Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. Rivalry said it was at this moment Manu knew he had said too much.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh man. Guys, if I ever, guys, I'm just telling you, like there's stories that I can't even believe I was a part of. And we'll get it. We'll, every now and then we'll drop a couple stories, but
Yeah, we'll save them.
crazy stuff.
That's a cool card. These what do they call these? PIs or something? They're in that
I don't
black
know.
parallel. They're a little shorter printed for the
Okay,
base. That's a cool one.
cool.
Not a terrible box. I would love to hit a second sketch card. I know that's being greedy, but that's what I would like to hit. Oh, we got another Dimensions Collide.
Hey,
This one,
Derpa, that's cool. Derpa said he's got a lot of music industry stories. That's cool, man. We'll have some fun times trading stories then.
I do not have music industry stories, but in the 4th grade, I sang Garth Brooks' Friends in Low Places at a bar on stage.
Oh,
as
cool.
like a 9-year-old.
My man Nigel's in here. Desired said, didn't know you have history in the entertainment industry. My man, remember when you posted that picture and I said this will lead to some pretty great conversations? I didn't just jump into the conversations because I'm waiting for us to organically have some of those conversations. But and then we had that brief conversation, you and I, when Godly was with you in New York, and we touched on that picture and what some of the significance of it is. But again, we didn't get into trading any stories and stuff. But yeah, I do, and I would love to one day be able to just chit chat about all that stuff and reminisce and just have some fun looking back on the entertainment of the entertainment industry. But yeah, my man, and I know you do as well, so that's really cool. And I love the picture. The picture I'm talking about is he posted a picture maybe a few months ago now, or maybe just a few weeks ago, of him with Jay-Z, as well as some of the other people that were around. I don't remember exactly who was in that picture. Ty might have been in that
Wow.
picture, Jay's cousin. I don't remember actually, but so yeah, it was a really, really great picture, and it was probably circa 2001 or two, maybe. I don't know, but yeah, Nigel, we'll have some conversation, man. Thank you.
Well, that is cool. Something really interesting happened to me this weekend. I was out and about with the family, and we were at a parade, Christmas parade, and the mayor of our city here said, called me over. He's like, "Hey, Justin, I was thinking about calling you. What do you think about putting on a Comic Con here?"
Wait, come again? Who asked you to do that?
The mayor of the city.
This is an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, what? All right.
And I've told you, I don't think I've shared it here on the channel, but I mean, I've shared this part. Like I kept Spidey, especially Spidey Joe9 pretty private from a local standpoint. Like my personal Instagram account, my
Until
personal
last
Facebook
week.
account. Well, until the TMZ stuff, and then I was like, well, I probably need to get ahead of this. And so I posted it, and I guess that made him realize I was in that space, or maybe I'm not good at hiding it, and I thought I was. Either way, he was like, the city's interested in doing it, and we want to help make it successful. Do you want to help lead it? So I thought that was really, really pretty cool, and it's got my wheels turning.
Simbi Delete says do it, and I second that.
Yeah, are you going to come to Monroe if I have it though?
Dude, I have to be there. If you're having your first show ever, I have to be there.
Well, I would want to make Marvel cards and Star Wars cards for that matter. Those two, kind of the big two in the non-sports world, that's not TCG. I would want to make that a big deal at that particular show. So I think that would be cool. Oh, speaking of Star Wars, look at that.
What is it? What is that?
I went to Walmart with my wife tonight and they had this on the shelf. So I was like, let me buy one. Monroe. I know I say M-U-N, but it's Mon, M-O-N. We say
Okay,
Monroe.
let me read a couple of comments real quick. It said, I should tell you guys about the time I testified in court for AEW, Paul White, aka WWE's The Big Show. None of that. None of that. All of that went over my head. But West Coast Avengers said that. You should tell us about that. I don't know
Yeah.
what that means though. So that's going to be interesting. Testified in court? All right, we'll
I know
talk.
what that part means, but he's talking about wrestling.
Yeah. The wrestling thing never really worked for me.
Never got there myself, but I
was like, that's fake, and everyone knows it, but you're still watching it.
So OBDN, yeah. OBDN says, what airport is nearest to Monroe? So this is an interesting story. Monroe, Louisiana is the home of Delta Airlines.
Wow.
Delta Airlines started here in our hometown. It was a group from Georgia, came to Louisiana, started a crop dusting, airplane facility, and then they converted those crop dusters to passenger airlines, and that's
Justin,
Delta Airlines.
That's when things really took off for your town.
That and Coca-Cola are the two things I like.
Okay, Coca-Cola might have been it first. I didn't have a pun for that though.
I got that one.
Thank you.
Yes. So, and they were here. In fact, I'm a member of a club called the Lotus Club. It's the longest running privately owned restaurant in the state of Louisiana. And they used to do their board meetings there up until the 50s. And then they moved to Atlanta, and they still say home of Delta Airlines when you come here. But yes, we have an airport here. It's a nice little airport. Delta runs out of it, and American Airlines runs out of it. United used to run out of it, but because of COVID, they shut that down. So,
I'm going to read a comment from Derpa here. He said, I had to go to a radio station in New Orleans and convince a program manager that Jessica Simpson was an R&B artist. I sat there in my chair as he listened to the songs, trying not to laugh.
No way. I was like, she's not an R&B artist. What are we talking about?
That's funny. That's hilarious, man. What else did Derpa say? He had some other conversation. I had to bribe him with hand grenades and hurricanes on Bourbon Street. I was successful in getting one of her singles played. Congratulations. And that's cool to be involved with, man. That's awesome.
I actually think this is a pretty big hit for this box. I don't know if you can see it well here. Let me do this. This is out of 25. 25 of 25 here.
Nice.
Forging the Beskar Spear.
Oh, that's cool.
These boxes have terrible odds. Let me get it back here. So the odd, I don't know what this is called, but let's see. Does it show the?
I know, man. Is it Manuel or Manual? But my friend, it is entertainment. I know, but I'm what like that. I just say, yeah.
Just says out of 25. But like the odds on this, like one of these is 1 in 10,000, 1 in 150,000, 1 in 269,000.
I'm gonna wait, 1 in what?
Yeah, like these are Walmart packs, so there's a lot of it printed. So to hit a number card, I think is actually really difficult odds, especially an out of 25.
Yeah, I'm gonna West Coast said, yeah, I loved wrestling as a kid, then started going to events and meeting wrestlers. It's scripted, but nothing about that athleticism is fake. So I got it, I have to highlight that. You're absolutely right. Nothing about how hard they work is fake, but nothing about my criticism is taking any of that into consideration. So you are right. I'm just being, me about it. That's all. But you are absolutely right, and I don't want to take anything away from anyone. or that industry, or how hard they work, or that, you know, people enjoy it. I think
I will tell
that's
you,
great.
there's literally nothing I like about wrestling.
Oh gosh.
Um, I don't like the culture. I don't like the atmosphere. Uh, I do get, oh, that's the same card I just got, but not numbered. Um, I mean, I get that. I guess I get that it's entertaining and like there's a storyline that's playing out and building up and
Yeah.
all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I would get so mad as a kid when my friends wanted to watch it because I'm like, we could be doing something else. I had a friend that had a
Yeah. And
wrestling
all of my
birthday
friends
party. I
loved
was
it,
so
man.
upset.
Manuel. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
But hey, wrestling's like really popular right now with a lot of kids here locally. It seems like they're into it. So if you go down the toy aisle, there's like as many wrestling figures as there is Star Wars and Marvel.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Happy to hear it.
What's that? Oh, we've got a purple here. What that means. I got to look at the odds on these. I really hate what this show did to Boba Fett. He has such a good lore about him, and then this show happened. Kind of ruined it.
I wish I knew what you were talking about, but you mean like they gave up too much backstory, or they gave up too much information, or what?
Yeah, he had a mystery to him, and he was just, you know, like a really awesome. What is this? Oh, he's giving the weather report. 25 degrees, negative 25 degrees Celsius. Yeah, and this like told his story and then gave him way more personality outside the helmet, like that. And it just, I don't know, it just changed it. Snowing.
I'm trying to
Is it snowing
figure
where
out.
you're at, man?
No, I'm trying to figure out what. Oh, that's negative 13 degrees Fahrenheit. That's cold.
Chile.
Wow. No, it's not. It doesn't snow in the Bay Area. I mean, we get a couple of mountaintops. They get a little bit of white on them, but we don't. It doesn't snow here.
Got it. Got it. It does snow here. It is more like ice than snow, but it does snow. Like
Derpa says it's 80 degrees here in Louisiana. That's quite a difference.
Well, today was really it had been in the 40s and then boom, out of nowhere, 78 degrees. Oh, we got a manufactured patch or something. It's a thicker card. You received a commemorative patch. There we go. It's a hot box.
I like it. I like it. I like it. What did you say that was this also a $29.99 box?
This box was $19.99.
$19.99. Even better.
It was just the right price to throw it away. For the content.
Right. To enjoy. It was just the right price to enjoy without expectation.
Exactly. I would like to hit a sketch, but they're 1 in 43,000 packs.
Soul says he's in Gilroy this week, the city of garlic. Is Gilroy the city of garlic? Fascinating.
No, I did not know that.
West Coast said, have you guys been eyeing any vintage sealed wax? It seems like everything is dropping, just like most collectibles. Give me an example of vintage sealed wax, and give me an example, if you wouldn't mind, of a price decrease and what we might be paying attention to or looking for.
I'm really curious if he says 90s Marvel is vintage. Curious your thoughts on that.
And we just talked about how 95 Flea or the 95 Spider-Man is actually going up.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting.
Look at this. 4 foil chase cards inside of the Ultimate Uno. Let me
he said like 93 masterpieces, about 160 a box. See, I was unfamiliar with where that's like the least popular masterpieces box.
Here's why. It's bricked. It is bricked to Hades.
And that's what we're talking about. Yeah. That's it.
This is what happens when Upper Deck doesn't give you new product. You start making up excuses to buy something that's in the shape of a card that has Marvel on it. I bought this like 5 or 6 weeks ago, and then the actual product came out, so I haven't opened it, but I'm opening it now.
Dave says 90s is vintage with an exclamation mark. Anything over 20 years is vintage by definition. I don't know the definition of it,
Don't
but I
tell
do
my wife.
know.
We've
Yeah,
been
but
married,
I just,
we've been married over 20 years.
you guys
And
are, never mind. I was going to,
honey, you are vintage.
this
Look
relationship
at
is antiqued.
that. Telling you. All right, so here's
Well,
the pack.
you
The
got a
Marvel
dog
pack.
ear. Don't grade that pack. You got dog ear.
Don't grade that pack. No pack is safe with me, my friend.
And Cards and Metal, what's up? Hey, but you know,
Cards
in
of
the
Metal.
community of like pop culture and Marvel stuff, yeah, they call all that 90 stuff vintage, because when you do the vintage shirt search online, it's all just stuff from the 90s. You're classic. Soul said, yeah, you're not vintage, you're classic. You're a
I got you.
classic. That's a good one.
Got you. We're more like a fine wine, right?
That's right. Better with time.
Yep, little dust on the bottle, but we get better with time.
Character.
Look at that. I don't drink. All right.
I freeze it and eat it like a popsicle.
I'm afraid to open it because it's so flimsy.
Wait, does wine freeze? Wine freezes. It doesn't have enough alcohol to not freeze, right? I think so.
I mean, I remember my dad would put a natural light in the freezer to cool it off real quick, and then he'd forget about it, and it would bust. Different than wine.
Dave, you don't like watching minute by minute price movement. Don't psych yourself out. You don't like watching prices. You don't like watching charts. Don't do it.
Look at that. Eye of Agamotto. Doctor Strange. That's pretty good, actually.
I'm waiting for, I want to see what Dave says to what I just said.
Repulsor Blast.
He said, I'm just saying, because I was trying to negotiate with him and I was quoting like current prices. And he's like, I don't do all that. I price with emotion. I was like, okay.
I price with emotion. I gut check the price.
I love it. I love it. I love it. He said, I hate numbers and charts and markets.
Well, you know what I say. Liars figure and figures lie.
I liked it when you said that.
There we go. What's going on? Oh, Cards Metal. Oh, he's saying hi. What's up, Ian? How's it going? We're just we're desperate. We're opening up Uno cards to get Marvel cards.
We're not desperate. Don't listen to him. He just decided to do that. We still have a continuation of last week's conversation. I've got like 5 awesome things to show you, but he went to Walmart or somewhere, so he's doing this. Oh, we got an AF-15 clipping.
You never know what you're going to get. I haven't showed this on the channel yet. I mean, like live.
It's incredible,
and like a video of it, but
it's really amazing. And I bought something. Neo, what's up?
Neo
said, I built a whole YouTube channel on charts and graphs. Good on you, my friend, and we appreciate it.
You did.
I forgot what I was saying because I get starstruck every time Neo pops up. It's the truth, I admit. But I forgot what I was saying.
Hey, I have a local friend here, Desmond Lighton. What's going on, man?
Hey, Desmond, what up? Oh, this is what I was saying. I bought something related to that comic clipping. I'm not going to say it until it's here, and then I'll show it. It is nowhere near as cool, but it's closely related.
It's closely related. Well, cool. I'm very happy with that.
I can't wait to show you.
Can you show me now?
No, I don't have it yet.
Oh, you don't have it yet. That's what you were saying.
No,
I missed that part.
I just bought it. Oh, but I will show this.
Oh, yes. Please show that. That was so cool to see on Instagram.
9.8 Acclaim Maximum Carnage, signed by Sienkiewicz. There are only 2 on the census, yellow label signed 9.8. This is one of them. I've been after this book. This book didn't exist until a few weeks ago. I was not able to make my own. I ended up with an extremely beautiful 9.6 last year after submitting to the signing. I had a 9.4 and a 9.6 as a result of that signing. I sold a 9.4. It lives now in, I think it lives in Paris, actually. Not Paris. It's in Europe. I forgot the city that it lives in now.
Okay, got it.
And this I just purchased from No Coast Comics is his Instagram name. He's awesome. It was an incredible situation dealing with him. The journey of this book is quite an amazing one. I did write a post about it on my page yesterday, as well as he's got some documentation of what took place with this book on No Coast Comics page as well. But I just wanted to show it because it's finally here. I finally have it. It's finally a 9.8, 1 of 2 Maximum Carnage signed by Sienkiewicz. This is crazy to me. That's it. I just wanted to share.
Yeah. So I have questions.
I love you all. I love this book. Thank you.
We love it too. And we're very glad you're showing it off. But you're saying you got it on what was the Instagram account again?
His Instagram page is called No Coast Comics.
No
Coast
Comics. Okay.
And he has a YouTube channel, I believe, by the same name.
He's not an island. Got it. And so, but did he post it for sale? And you just like saw it?
No.
Or he reached out to you and said?
I'll tell the story. It's a good story.
Okay.
It got brought. Okay, his page got brought to my attention because Naj, hello Naj, our friend Naj, a very cool set of miniature books, mini Spider-Man books.
Okay.
That are pretty rare. That No Coast Comics. I don't know who encapsulated them the way that it was encapsulated, but Naj loved this set of books. Found one, purchased it. It was through No Coast Comics. That might be how I found the page. I went, and thank you everybody. I really appreciate it. And I went onto the page and I saw a post that showed a 9.8 Maximum Carnage. My jaw dropped and I started to read it. He had submitted 2 books. I think regardless that he had 2 of them. One he submitted just to get a label and it got a 9.6, and one he got signed and submitted and it got the 9.8, but it was damaged. The way that CGC encapsulated it, they use this multi-wedge system. They have a variety of encapsulations. We've talked about it a bit, and I won't go too much into detail. I'll just let you know that it screwed up the top of the book. The top of the book got dented and folded over in certain areas. And he didn't know if it was going to be able to preserve the grade, but he had already started communications with CGC. And they said, we're sorry, but send it back. We'll crack it open. We'll press it. Best we can do is try to preserve the grade. But if it don't preserve the grade, it doesn't. And then we could talk about compensation from there. I saw that post and I jumped into the comment section. I said, dude, please keep us up to date. This is incredible. And he said he'll let us know. So I took that post and I shared it on my story. And it started a lot of conversation within me and, in the group of me and my friends about this book. What's going to happen? This is so crazy. At that point, it was actually the only signed 9.8 to make it to the census. A week after, ironically, another one from that signing landed as a 9.8. I don't know who owns it. I don't know where it is. But this was the only one at that time. So it's like, wow, like how crazy. Like this is a significant sort of really hard to find, really dope sort of item. And to have it be damaged when it was the only 9.8 graded, just heartbreaking.
Did it show up or did CGC get another one? And
did it show? What is that? What do you mean?
So CGC sent back this book after being pressed, after being damaged, pressed it.
Yeah.
But you don't think that there was a chance that they
switched
bought a clean copy or had one in the collection?
The thing about these books and the thing about someone like myself or even someone like No Coast, a book has a fingerprint. You know it's yours. There's no, you know the wrap, you know the staples, you know where the this is and the that is. You know your books, And so it was the same book. So they damaged it, sent it to him. It got damaged in shipping because it was poorly encapsulated, banged around, and it got messed up. And we didn't know if it was going to preserve the grade. He sent it to CGC weeks and weeks later. It comes back. So he puts up the post and he was kind enough to tag me in it. So it had my attention immediately because he knew I was super eager to find this out. So when he made the post, he tagged me. And in his caption, he said, I'm so happy that it is what it is, so on and so forth, told a bit of the story. And at the end, he said, but sadly, I might have to let go of this. Well, that's when I jumped into action. I DM'd him. I said, put a price on it for me.
Yeah.
Please put a price on it for me. And then we had a few days of back and forth about how to price this book. Now, I'm not going to get into all of that here because I don't want to talk about that right now. It's not an inexpensive book and it's a challenging book to price, but he was so fair. He was so understanding of the current market. He was so understanding of a lot of things. And I think he even appreciated like how much I wanted it.
Yeah.
And he was very fair.
And I hear you say that as in that he didn't use it against you.
No, and not at all. Not at all. He appreciated my appreciation for it.
Mhm.
in a nice way, not in a,
Yeah.
because you could use that. Exactly, you're right. You could use that against me, right? Um,
Mhm.
he certainly didn't. He made me a very, very reasonable first price. It is in my nature to negotiate, even if
Yeah.
it's already very reasonable. I told him, I said, that's a very fair analysis. Here's where I'm at. And within a very short time, we agreed. The money was sent. The book was packaged, literally triple boxed. Literally triple boxed. I didn't even know you can triple box. He triple boxed it. And it just worked out so well. He's so dope. And I'm just so happy. Like, it was meant to happen this way, and to have this interesting story attached to it of being damaged. Maybe it wouldn't maintain its 9.8, then it is a 9.8. I told him, I said, dude, send me videos and pictures. Like, does it look like a 9.8, or did they just put that on there to, satisfy you? And he sent me all the details I needed. And I said, that's mine. Let's make this happen.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that it's in your nature to negotiate, because as everyone knows, well, I mean, I say they know. Why am I saying it like that? I do a thumbnail for every show, and so I send thumbnails to Manu, and he's always like, "You can do better."
Never. This is the only time I ever said that.
So I sent him this thumbnail for tonight. I was like,
Oh
"Hey,
my
we're gonna do
gosh.
hobby talk again. I like this perspective background." And I was like, this kind of works. He immediately says, like, within seconds, like as soon as I send it, I'm thinking you don't even have enough time to look at it. And you're like, no, please get rid of that now. It's not good.
Yes. Yes, please. Thank you.
And I think it's because, so now I'm gonna make everybody see it. I think it's because you didn't like the way you looked as a
It's
cartoon.
Yeah, like, I don't yeah, it's true. I don't know what it is. It terrifies me. That's
It
actually
terrifies you.
frightening to me.
So I was like, well, since he doesn't like to
Oh,
see
I'm so
himself as
glad
a
it's gone.
cartoon, I mean,
Oh my gosh, what did you do,
are you
man?
familiar with this app, Lensa? Everybody's doing it, like they're making themselves. And then
Yeah,
there's,
but I wanna talk about it as well, but yeah.
well, yeah, we'll do the whole there's got to be drama around everything nowadays. But
It has to
uh,
be. How else are we gonna get
so
the ratings
I
up?
was like, I'm gonna make him into a cartoon 50 times. So
Wait, are you serious? You Linsa to me?
I did.
Oh my gosh. Who is that guy? I don't know what to say.
Who is
This
this
is
guy? It really
this
insinuated the hat there.
Yeah, why is the hat so big?
Here you are.
That's hilarious. I never wear short sleeves. That's hilarious. AI did not figure that one out.
Yeah. Whoa, that one actually looks pretty good. I have to
Dude, you
use
gotta
that one on the
send me
thumbnail.
these.
Yeah, awesome to you.
Uh, yeah, please. Oh, this is
Manu is a
hilarious.
prince.
I thought I was actually I thought I was actually wearing a turban in that one. I do have
Yeah.
pictures of myself wearing a turban though. I'm Indian.
You're Indian? I'm just kidding. You know I love you. I'm messing with you. What
Wait,
happened here?
what did you do to that one?
It's not me, it's the AI.
Do I have a bloody nose with a napkin in one nostril?
I don't know. Okay. Now you're an astronaut.
Oh, I was just telling someone last night that I have no interest in going to the moon.
Oh, you don't want to go to Mars? Hold on, let me get
No,
rid of
what?
this.
No.
Start showing pictures of Manu and you get
Hey,
dating sites.
this is hilarious. I think it's hilarious that you did this.
All right, I'll
This
do
is so
so.
funny.
Look at
I
that.
can't I can't understand why the hat is just so enormous.
Well, every picture I had of you, you have a hat on. So look at that with
Yeah.
short sleeves.
Why did they put your hoodie on me? That
Yeah,
is your hoodie.
I do own that.
You do own that. You did a little hybrid photograph.
What is going
Who are
on in the
those
background?
people?
It's Suge Knight and somebody else.
Those are the guys he's to run around Los Angeles with. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so you're supposed to do 10 photos, and I actually only have like 3 photos of you. So I had to like edit and flip and do all this stuff. Well, that was actually pretty cool.
I'm gonna come right back. I'm gonna come right back,
You're
and I want to
good.
grab something, and the
Right.
camera's gonna go on camera mode. All right.
Oh, what are we gonna see?
Well, someone asked a question and I wanted to bring a couple of things. So I have to go downstairs. Oh, wait, I'm still connected to you guys. You'll still
Yeah,
see me.
you are. Ian, I definitely deleted them. I don't want to lose any of you to another site. I don't like the
Oh, I thought you
competition.
were talking about my Lensia photos. I don't delete those.
No. We got the best adult dating site started popping up in the chats, so I had to do that. It's a one-way trip to Mars, so it's a good thing that you don't want to go.
It's a
But
one-way trip?
that's what he says. You know, I don't know. I kind of would like to go outer space, but I think I want to be old when I do it, like really old. Like if I die, it's okay.
Oh, gosh.
The news gun show brought out the spam.
Yeah. So who was it? It was Swish. Swish says, does Manu know about the 95 overpower playing card featuring the Wizard comic cover artist? I do. I showed it last week or whenever. I mean, a lot of us know about it. I want it in a PSA 10. And so this is the card. And then, to take that a step further, it comes, I don't know if, anyway, yeah, it comes in this. So it comes in Wizard number 50. I think it's this. You can't see it, it's backwards, but it's this card. So obviously I've purchased my fair share of these, so everyone could go ahead and buy them now. It's fine, but they're in this.
Yep.
So that, and this is an homage to Wizard number 1, obviously, but like digitized, like 94 Flare, like the Flare card set digitized. And then also, interestingly enough, if you guys haven't seen it after this, if you guys want to, on my story, well, actually, I have it here.
Yeah, grab it. It's too good not to grab.
Yeah, so this is not Wizard number 50 because it's actually number 13, but well, it sort of says it's number 13, but this is the Brazil version. This is all written in Spanish because this is from Brazil. So this is the Brazil
and the
version
Wizard
of
outfit
this.
Is a different color.
Well, no, it's actually like it is on 50. 50 is a different color from issue number 1.
But I thought you said it's number 13.
Well, in Brazil, it's called number 13. I have no idea what they're.
But it wasn't a simultaneous release.
I think it was, but I think they got a late start. So while issue 50 was coming in the States, August of 1997 was delivering issue 13 there, because I do believe. Oh no, this is October 1995. And this is August 1997. So yeah, it's just different.
Yeah, completely. Okay. I was like, how does that anyway? So that makes more sense. They reused it anyway 2 years later.
All right, I got to get all these wizards off of me. and obviously this cover is an homage to Wizard number 1. We are all aware of that.
You know what they also call wizards?
What?
Sorcerers.
That's true. That is a true fun fact, my friend.
I bring all the hard-hidden information here.
Okay, first of all, now this is actually a nice transition because that Lensia app or whatever it's called, a friend of ours, Val's Hobbies is his Instagram channel. I mean, his Instagram name. He put up a link to an article in his story that was, and I can't verify or validate any of this. I didn't dig deep or anything, but apparently the AI software, whatever that they use, kind of like really directly rips off artists and their styles. And so I guess artists are upset about this because no one's asking their permission to do things in their style. But the workaround is the AI is just pulling stuff from, I don't know, that's the
what
thing,
else is AI going to pull from?
Yeah, I guess that.
Let me ask you. I'm just asking questions. I'm not making an argument. Where do artists?
No, I hear you. What else is it going to pull from? Yeah.
Where do artists pull from?
I don't.
There's no original thought.
Any inspirations?
There's no original thought.
Everything's inspiration. But I would like to see one of the artists that's upset right next to a picture and see if it like is exactly their style, like exactly their work. That would be a little interesting.
I think I did see a post of some kind of example. But then I saw other artists using Lensia and basically saying, don't come at me. I know what everybody's saying. I just want to see myself made up in this style of art.
Yeah. I mean, people are loving it. It's obviously a big hit. But Val did something really nice for me. It was totally unexpected. and I thank him so much because it's so incredible.
Mhm.
And he told me that there was a package coming my way, and it was a book that I didn't have, but he knows how much I love Malibu Sun. I
Mhm.
also really love Lady Death, but this was an homage,
Oh,
a
wow. Look
Malibu
at
Sun
that.
13 homage, and
In
it's
the wrong
signed.
slab.
I love it. I love it to pieces. I love it. When I first opened it up, I didn't even recognize that it was a yellow label. I was just so excited because, it's an homage to that.
Yeah. Look, I love some Lady Death when I was younger.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. How do you pronounce the artist's name? Is it Marat? I think it's Marat.
I have no
But
idea.
it's signed by Marat,
Mhm.
and it's scratch free, crack free. The book's not wiggling,
Oh, you
and it's
like it, huh?
substantial. I actually really, really, really am enjoying this being with me in this slab and
In the
everything about it.
CBCS.
I actually think the pale yellow works extremely well with the
Wow,
color on
I
the
see
cover.
that. Yeah, it does seem like it works for that book. I just couldn't do it.
On this note, so Val, thank you so much. You
Mhm.
and Victoria both, thank you both. I love you both. Very appreciated. This is awesome. Thank you. And now I want to talk about something else really quickly. West Coast said AI art is garbage and a detriment to the art world. Yeah, maybe. So let's talk Malibu Sun, guys.
Let's do it.
This is cool stuff. So this is the front, right? That's a Malibu Sun.
Yeah.
The back of this is this. This is also a Malibu Sun, but it's the back of it because I wanted to show you guys. So the front is that, the back is that.
I love
This,
actually that back is easily one of my top Spawn arts.
right? And so one of the rarest, probably the rarest Spawn book is The Error.
That's just
Is
incredible.
this. I've never had one. This is my first time having one, and I'm still geeking about this thing. Like, this is really, really incredibly tough to find. As many Malibus as I've had, I've never had an error. And now I'm just really eager to find a higher grade because this one is going to max out, I think, around a 9.2. I think that's where this is going to max out. And even at a 9.2, this is like a $2,000 book. That's
Right.
how crazy rare this is. The 9.8 of this last sold for 20,000, and that one's now available for a minimum bid of 32,000. And there's only 3 9.8s. 2 of them are signed, 1 is not. That's it. This is like an incredibly tough, incredibly rare book. Again, that's the normal printing. This is the error. How sick is that, guys?
Wow.
How sick?
Any idea how many
So
errors exist?
I don't know how many exist. I know there's only like 40 on the census in any grade.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how many exist, but if anyone has one and you want to sell it, like, I'll pay a pretty penny for it. I'm hooked immediately. I mean, I've loved this before I ever had it. This is the first time I physically had one.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone wants to get rid of one, I would love to buy another one. Or, I want to sell this one too. But actually, I just decided that I'm going to grade this. So I'm actually not going to sell it. I'm going to send this and get it graded. But I want to get a high grade. I really like. Dude, I'm not going to give up until I do something crazy with these error copies. I'm going to find more. But Malibus, baby, let's go.
That's awesome.
All right. Thanks.
All right. So Derpa asks, "Hey Justin, did you know that they announced that the guy who plays Moff Gideon, Esposito, I haven't said his name in a long time. Carl Weathers, Kate Sackhoff. I don't know who Kate is.
What are you saying?
I'm reading these names. I know how to say his name. I just can't think of it. Now that I'm reading it, I can't say it. But anyways, that they're coming to New Orleans for the New Orleans Fan Expo. That's awesome. And no, I did not know that. I might have to go visit.
We just had a fan expo in San Francisco. I didn't go, but it did just happen in the Moscone Center.
Really?
Hopefully everybody that went had a really nice time. Yeah, San Francisco Fan Expo.
Very, very cool.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of the Comic-Con thing, it is in the very infancy stages. I'm right now. I'm thinking through the good questions to ask, and then what kind of team I would want to have set up. Oh, that is Bo-Katan. That is actually really awesome. I will need to go to that. Bo-Katan's awesome. So I had something that I've got two other things that we can open here tonight. One of them is I still have a box of this Marvel
And that is
Weiss
what?
Schwartz. Weiss Schwartz.
Oh, okay. Dope.
And I actually eventually want to open this.
And what's that?
This is DC Power Choice Chromium cards from
They actually look kind of cool.
1995.
Dude, I'm excited about you opening that.
Chat, are we allowed to open this, or is that we shouldn't do it?
Nah, dude, I think that's awesome. Look how cool they look. They actually, it's funny because when I'm looking at that Superman and that Batman, it kind of reminds me of the original Z-Force cards, like the sports Z-Force cards, but the original where it said whatever the artist, I mean the player's name big at the top. The original Z-Force were super dope.
Don't disagree.
Good Vibes only says yes, open. Soul says you make the rules. Doom Card says do it. Swish Rip says Skybox, baby.
Okay. Well, I just want to, I know the theme of the channel here. I don't want to, I know my audience. I don't want to, do something that they don't want to see. Oh, I mean, speaking of inspiration, I mean, I got that. I drew this from Todd.
Dude, how great was that? Like, I didn't know you draw. Like, that's actually really cool.
Oh, I draw a little bit here and there.
And I really like the way your Justin looks. The way you wrote Justin at the bottom, I love how that looks.
Oh, that's interesting you say that, because that I normally write it much differently than that in terms of being better. I was kind of in a hurry because my team started coming into my office and they're like seeing me draw Spider-Man on the whiteboard, So
hey Brian, you caught that, right? I think it hit him the same way. He said the names definitely look like the Z-Force cards. That's the first thing that I thought as well. So I'm definitely with you. West Coast says then he'll open another 2015 Masterworks. He's still got 2015 Masterworks to open.
Who said that?
West Coast, the Star Wars set.
Yeah. Do you know how to send him the link?
I don't know how to do anything. No.
I'll send it to him.
Me? Oh, can I just copy paste what you sent? No, I don't know how to do anything.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah, but I'm on Do Not Disturb.
Oh, you can't do that. Here, let me do it.
I'm incapable.
But a second, my friends, and it'll be worth it because you'll get to see us or Dave open up some Masterworks.
And then Dave can let out some of this aggression that he's been hitting me with in the chat. We're gonna see how he feels about charts and graphs in a moment.
Come on.
Neo, where'd you go? Come back. We're having charts and graphs talk.
Charts and graphs can be useful.
Neo's with Don Diego. I know what's going on here.
All right, West Coast Avengers, you have the invite link. There we go. He has three more. Yeah. That's funny.
How's everyone doing tonight? Everyone okay?
A friend of mine sent me this, by the way.
Hey, is that what Alonzo opened one night?
I think so, but look. It says Capcom. I don't know if that's on the regular packs, but this thing is so thin that it feels like it only has one card in it.
That's interesting. Maybe this was like a promotional thing that came with the video game.
That's what I was wondering, and wanted to see if somebody could let me know.
So you're reluctant about opening it, basically.
I am reluctant. I mean, these cards are not hard to get, so. But I did really like this set. This is actually, in terms of number of packs, this set is probably the pack that I opened the most as a kid. This particular card set.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It wasn't.
It says X-Men Ultra Fleer 1995.
Yep.
Capcom sweepstakes. What the heck is that?
Well, I don't know if that's just like an advertisement or if it's actually speaking to something about.
It says it's a sweepstakes promo card pack, and it has there are 3 cards included with this double pack skeleton or I don't know anyway. So there's promo cards in there.
Oh, got you. I think I'd rather keep the promo pack sealed then.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, keep it sealed. Why not? I'm sure you could buy whatever the cards are individually if you wanted them.
All right, we're getting into it.
Oh, we're going Chrome DC.
All right, let's. If you see Dave pop in, let me know.
You know what's
Now-
funny is like you said DC stands for don't care, and you were like, if anyone says that, like you have a feeling they heard it from you. And then I was on the phone with someone, and the person goes IDC, and I was like, I don't know what that means. She was like, you don't know what IDC means? I said, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. She said, I don't care. I was like, oh,
You heard that from Justin.
yeah, you took that.
Yeah, IDC is yeah, I don't care. I remember when my daughters taught me that. The packs feel thick, man. So here they are.
This is 90s Chrome, no cost spared, however people say
All
that.
right, 18
No
hard
expenses
hitters,
spared.
1 and 2 packs, 6 battle zones, 1 and 12 packs, 3 legacy refractor chrome cards, 1 and 36 packs, and that's how many packs are here.
Cool.
36. No guarantee on the number of limited editions cards per pack.
I really hope that Dave I mean, listen, whatever Dave shows up in is amazing. Dave showing up is amazing. But I hope Dave shows up in his Wizard Spidey t-shirt, the McFarlane Spidey Wizard t-shirt. He recently bought that t-shirt. I hope he's wearing it when he pops up.
Oh, you know he's changing right now.
He is. He's putting on that shirt for us.
These are a little bricked.
Spidey Wizard Night.
Man, that looks like 90s, doesn't it? Whoa, right off the bat. Look at that.
Ooh, I like that, man.
That looks good.
I like that.
Oh, that's 2 cards. Hold on.
These are awesome cards.
Yeah. So I'm going to set the main characters aside. The others I don't really care about. Man, Bat.
Oh, I was supposed to show my Beanie Baby. I forgot. Next week.
Hey!
Hey!
Yeah!
What's up?
What's up, gents? Friends?
What's up?
Goops?
Groups?
Good gooping into you.
Good gooping in. You know, you did send some aggression for me, and it wasn't towards you guys. It's just having a weird day, and like everything's pissing me off. So I'm like, you know what? Let me do one of these.
Let it out. Let it out. I like it. Show us the shirt real quick, please. We done showed everything tonight with that artwork on it. Look at that.
Goodness, that looks
Look
fantastic.
at that.
Yeah, White Gold Industries is the name of they're an Instagram, you know, like what you call them, I guess, bootleg shirts and stuff. But at this point, like, if Marvel can make money off of artists that don't work there anymore, everybody should be able to.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
So here's one of our inserts. Power
Okay.
Chrome Legacies. I don't even remember what the odds were on that one. Oh, well, crap. That's our big hit.
Ha! Who was it?
Really?
Green Arrow?
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Let's look at the back. What does it say?
Wait,
It just says
Keith
Legacy
said,
Hall of
sorry.
Heroes.
Keith said, I believe those Capcom packs were part of the SNES Mutant Apocalypse game.
Interesting.
Oh, the promo pack that you just had, Justin. I wasn't in here yet. So those you can actually find in issues of Marvel Comics through whatever that year is, 95. They're inserted into issues. Obviously, you're gonna mess up the book, but I've pulled so many of those out of comics just to like include in whatnot orders because they're in a lot of books that are like.
I guarantee you that's where it came from because it came from a comic book guy.
Yeah. I could probably, if I had another 5 minutes before I hopped on, I could probably find one and pull it out right now.
Superboy.
So that means like if Justin decides to rip it, that's such dude. This set, there are people right now making cards that need to take notes.
Yeah. I opened a box of this either last year or early this year. It was fun.
How great do these cards look?
Oh, they're fantastic.
I've never opened this box before, or these packs for that matter.
Yeah. They're DC Skybox was making better cards for DC at this time. Let's just say that.
Look at this Shazam.
These are awesome.
Yeah.
Did you hear my
Wait.
Shazam story last night on when we were doing the pack opening?
No.
I didn't know.
One of
What was
the original
Shazam story.
Let's see if he's here.
Bad Wizard said, "Don't care, but that's cool."
Yeah.
Exactly, my friend. Exactly.
One of the original artists and writers for Shazam is from here, lives here. Well, he died,
Oh, nice.
but he lived here most of his
Rest in
life.
peace. Wow.
If you go,
I just saw Bad Wizard's comment. Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the don't care.
Yeah, no, Dave is putting on the shirt and preparing every collectible he owns that will also incidentally come up in this conversation.
I love that. I didn't see that comment.
Wait.
That's
Should
awesome.
I go one further? I'm not kidding you. I did not do this. This was not done on purpose. I've been sitting on my couch watching you guys, but check this out. Hold on, let me flip the camera around. Let me show you what's on my desk right now.
Make them big. I see wizards. I see wizards.
Nice.
Just
Dude,
in case.
Tonight's the night.
Well,
That
yeah, it's good.
if that image doesn't, if that Spidey image isn't left in everybody's mind after this evening.
I know.
I love it.
I mistakenly tried to do a whatnot stream at like 3:15 this afternoon, and it went horribly. So I just left it set up.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah.
There's a refractor. Swish says there's a refractor, the big hit, and it's the prism with the rainbow effect. Like you'll know it. You know the refractor.
You'll know it. Okay.
You'll know it. It's gonna shine like an oil stain. These are already really shiny, but it's gonna have that oil spill shine.
Yeah,
That's not it, but that looks good.
these are
Dude,
great.
get it.
These are great cards.
I hope
This
you
is
pull a
an
Batman
HA.
refractor.
This is an H something. So
That's a refractor. Totally is a
this,
refractor.
I think this is the hard hitters.
That's a refractor. That one.
It looked when it hit the light. It looked, but maybe I'm wrong. Justin, what's the name of that stuff again?
This is a hard hitter. So these are
Bad
these
Wizard
are 1
says,
and 2 packs. So I probably hit a bunch of these and didn't realize it.
Hey, Kess Travers. Kess, what do the 2 dots mean? Did I miss something? What is the ... Kess? Is that a happy ... Is that a disappointed ...
We must know.
Yeah, we must know. Dave, where's your Maximum Carnage Sega cartridge? Bad Wizard is asking.
I've been trying to get one of those for a while. I won't pay the kind of money that people are looking for. Like I'll find that at a garage sale. That's what I'm waiting for.
Cass, you don't have to apologize to us. I was just making sure that you were doing all right.
Yeah. Okay, so I've opened a number of packs now, but I've only hit 2 hard hitters, and they're 1 and 2 packs. So we're probably gonna hit a bunch in a row in a minute. Okay.
It's a great box. You're making me want to open one, and I need to get off eBay right now. Okay, there we go.
I have held this thing for probably almost a year.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, so when I mentioned, vintage boxes going down, I noticed that 91 Marvel Universe started dipping below 200, and there was somebody local to me that had 2 boxes, one that was kind of dinged up for 225 and one for 300. And I tried to talk to the person today and be like, they're not selling for that much anymore. And he was like, well, I guess I'll just not sell them. I'm like, I offered him 300 for the pair.
Well, that's a hard hitting flash. That's kind of cool.
I want to see a refractor. You offered him 300 for the pair. He hasn't accepted yet.
No, he wouldn't do it. He's local, so I would have gone and just picked it up and paid cash, saved us a bunch of money, hassle, and shipping. But he's just wasn't seeing he's seeing the downtrend like the rest of the world is.
Right. Well, that's why I went ahead and grabbed that Stan Lee, because that's a good looking card right there, by the way.
Yeah.
Is because that price, it finally got right for me at $325.
Yeah, dude, why? I don't understand why he wouldn't take 300 for 2. An auction just ended on the 3rd for 157.
Yeah,
and after fees, 300 for 2 is a sweet deal. Who would not take that?
It's just, it's somebody that doesn't want to even look at it. I'm sure he paid whatever he paid for it, but they've been up on OfferUp for the listing was over a year old. I messaged him like a week ago. Hey, are these still available? He only got back to me today. So it's like, And the longer you sit on this stuff, the less money people are going to pay until it maybe eventually goes back up to where it was, or a little bit, which we won't hit pandemic prices again. That just won't happen.
And I mean, it maybe, in years.
Yeah.
Bad Wizard says, is this from Walmart? I believe he's asking about the DC Chrome set.
I don't know. And this, I don't know why that looks different. It's just a base card, but it looks different.
Ezreal is cool. Is that I wonder if are you able to tell if that's Joe Quesada's art on the front?
I can't tell by just a casual look, but it does say Joe Quesada.
Okay. Yeah, because he created Ezreal.
Bad Wizard said, what is the spectrum of characters you're opening aside from DC? Is it Justice League?
No, it's DC from 95,
yeah, this
right?
is pure 90s DC.
Yeah. So that's why some of it looks so goofy.
Yeah.
If you look, like, I don't know how much you guys spend time looking at books from that era, but like 95 through 99 across DC, Marvel, and Image, that stuff looked so goofy. Like Spider-Man looked ridiculously goofy after Bagley left. I don't even know who was drawing him before Romita took back over, but it looked goofy.
I want an example of, because I think a lot of the stuff happening now is pretty goofy.
So, sure, yeah, it's very much the same. That's what it's almost like that. Oh, that Joker's great.
That Joker's sick.
That's probably a Brian Bolland Joker.
These cards.
All right, let's test Dave. There's a Brian Bolland.
Boom.
It is
Nailed it.
Nice. I no longer don't care.
You no longer don't care. What's name?
Yeah, I care now. These cards are awesome.
They are awesome.
Yeah.
And I don't know where you can grade them. I would imagine you can grade them at PSA, but I don't know. CGC is not grading DC at this point. At the pace that they're headed, meaning, they added Star Wars, I would imagine that we will see it. A little bit of a similar pack here.
Manu, I could probably, I'll send you some photos, but like, have you ever seen the Marvel DC Amalgam comics?
No, but I'm about to Google them right now in a second. Blanca!
That
Whoa,
Blanca!
Hey, Blanca.
What's up? I have to make a note about something I just remembered.
He's making a list. Oh,
I think you're right, Chris. That Beckett has done some DC. Because I think I've seen that Cool Cards has DC graded. Yeah, they definitely grade DC. I don't even know why I'm questioning that. I know that answer.
Yeah, only companies that would not grade are companies that just are new and haven't started yet.
Yeah. Robin.
All right. Let's see what year this is.
That's a Superman.
What do you know? I have a box of all Spider-Man comics just sitting on this table.
Shocker. Right where we need them.
Keith said, strongly disagree. Wait, what does he disagree? I'm going to read it anyway. Strongly disagree about the art direction in the 90s. There is one point during Heroes Reborn with Marvel where Cap had a chest 5 times his waist. Yeah. But otherwise, that stuff is right up in my wheelhouse. I love 90s Marvel.
That's the Rob Liefeld Double D Captain America cover.
Yeah. All right, give me something to Google. You said Spidey.
Wait, how about this? I'm just gonna like this is a 1998 Spider Girl #2. Okay. And it's just like everybody trying to be Mark Bagley and it's not working. Even though Ron French drew this, but it's just bad costumes, bad hair. It's the 90s. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see it. I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's
kind of. Yeah.
It's like after Liefeld, Larson, Lee, all those guys left Marvel, and Marvel started to kind of not know what to do anymore. They went, in the kind of the direction of everybody's a Bagley clone, or a Jim Lee clone. You look who took over X-Men after that, and it's just I don't have anything against Will Portacio, but really wasn't that great. Or Art T-Bear, I should say.
Okay, I think this is it.
Oh, you got a refractor?
Ooh.
We got something.
Oh, it's see-through.
Oh, it's an asset. Oh, no.
This is a
not an
battle
asset
zone.
ticket.
So this is not
That's a clear chrome.
36. Yeah, it's a clear chrome.
That's right. That's what they call them.
I like clear chrome.
That is cool.
Blanca said, I went to LA Comic Con this weekend and I was disappointed. Not a lot of comic vendors and no Marvel DC cards either.
Yeah.
I feel like there's
I'm
been a
glad I
lot of
didn't go.
cons. There's just like, it's like con after con after con. Isn't it exhausting? Like, don't even the con people get tired of setting up over and over again?
I think one thing to remember is the locals. You know,
Yeah.
the locals who may not travel, who do like going to a con.
And LA is also kind of known for not being a comic city as opposed to San Francisco, which the one that Fan Expo, Manu, that was 2 weeks ago. I had so many friends that went that said it was great. So I just don't. Yeah, I don't think LA is much of a comic city as opposed to San Francisco being, you know, a lot of the big names are from the Bay Area or still live in the Bay Area.
Oh, that's very cool, actually.
Yeah.
You know, there was a Mexican restaurant in it's probably still there. It's called Cancun, and I forget the street name, but it's in downtown Berkeley. It's one street right off of Shattuck, a block up from Shattuck, and it's called Cancun. And a nice little restaurant, and there's a set of stairs in the front, and the second floor used to be the Image Comics office. And so every day, I used to work in Berkeley, so I'd be having lunch there, and I always wonder, like, is McFarlane upstairs? Like, who's in this Image office? Like, how cool is that?
You know, man, they moved their offices to Portland, but I don't think any of those guys live there. Maybe Larson does, or maybe Jim Valentino. But yeah, that would be cool if you ran into them while you were there.
Doesn't Todd live in Colorado or something?
He's Phoenix.
Phoenix, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Thought so.
Texera, however you pronounce his name, Texera, he's incredible.
Yeah.
Texera, he's incredible.
Yeah, it's like more towards the late 90s because Madureira left. Capullo left. Oof. Yeah, but Capullo left very soon after to go to do Spawn for 100 issues. Kubert stuck around, and Bachalo's amazing too.
I'm not sure who Pacheco is, to be honest.
He actually just passed away. He was on Fantastic Four, I think. I don't remember what books he was on. I think his first name is Carlos.
Kest is asking us an interesting question here. He said, I have a question. Bought a printing plate, Star Wars, 1 of 1, and then found one that is identical, the exact same plate, 1 of 1. I'm lost and confused.
Yeah, so anytime there's printing plates, there's going to be 4 of them. It's going to be different colors. You're going to have black, cyan, yellow, and magenta. Whoa!
Look at that! Look at that Jim Ballant. Yeah, Jim Ballant Catwoman, baby.
Dude, this is a beautiful set.
Yeah, that is cool. Wasn't expecting that. Isn't that on a Wizard cover?
Yeah, Ballant.
It looks so familiar. Yeah.
Ballant did the Catwoman Wizard cover. I think Ballant did a couple, but the Catwoman was the first Wizard he did.
And I just want to make sure that Kess got that. Kess, so 4 different color printing plates because of the printing process. And so that's the only thing that I would look into. Which color do you have and which color was that one? And that probably clears up the confusion. Let us know if that does. And thanks for the question.
Justin, the Shamik Moore you got, are there 4 signed ones or did they just do 1 signed printing plate and that's it?
No, I definitely believe there's 4 signed ones.
Okay, sure. That's still great. That's such a great thing to have.
It is it really was great. The odds of hitting it were really, really low in comparison to the product print run. I was shocked, to be honest with you.
Ooh, look at that Lobo.
Oh yeah,
our pleasure, Cass. Thank you.
That's cool.
I'm not a Lobo guy, but
I mean he's just Space Wolverine.
Yeah, that's why I don't like him. Sorry.
It's okay. That Superman's such a weird thing. It's just
so
like the
weird.
least Superman.
It's like, is it Bizarro? Nope, it's Superman.
I want a refractor.
We're going to refract in a minute. Be patient. Hard hitter.
No, reflect, and refract.
Yeah.
Are
I
we
probably already
continuing
passed
last week's conversation?
Shazam.
Maybe not. Maybe we are. Maybe we won't. Who knows?
Man, let's do it.
Man, I got to tell you, last week, and I said this to Manu, we talked on the phone after, I was yelling at the TV, and not angrily. I was just yelling at you guys with you about that conversation.
Which part about it?
Just like all of it, like the collecting, the why you collect, and you know, the when you were talking about Freud and you're like, I can't finish what that is. I yelled the rest of it. I was like, it's because blank, blank, blank. And I'm not going to say it on the channel. But I mean, like, there's so much to be said about the psychology of collecting. But honestly, I think I said it in the comments. It's just like, there's so much, like a given day, right? In our last 20 years of existence, let's just say, because media has changed. But on any given day, you could find out what's going on in any part of the world at any time. And there's a lot of bad stuff, right? You could be tuned into the war on Ukraine. You could be tuned into all this stuff. And at the end of the day, like we all need something to escape into, whether it's books, whether it's music, whether it's whatever.
We have someone who's in the Ukraine who watches the show regularly.
Yeah. And you know, it's like everybody needs something to escape to. So like getting into the psychology of collecting is interesting, but at the end of the day, like if you get into it, you might be upset at collecting. And it'll ruin that space that you have in your life to be like, oh, I want to turn off the real world. I don't want to think about my job or my bills. I want to do this. And so like, there was so much interesting stuff you guys touched on last week that I was so, you know, in line with and also disagreeing with, but in the best way possible. And you know, I've been collecting for a long, long time. So I definitely have a little bit of insight into somebody that collected, you know, 30 years ago.
Well, I got a little feedback from someone, and they were like, "Hey, man, I felt like you stepped out of your lane. Like, I don't think you should be like talking like I don't know, maybe like a therapist or something," which is, you know, was not necessarily my intention. It was more to ask what I thought were good questions to get people thinking. But
what were some of the can we get into that a little bit? Like when you say, like, what was that person actually, what parts of the conversation was he or she referencing and saying that it was a little whatever it might have been?
Well, I think just maybe the tenor of the conversation. They were like, you know, what I think people like about you is, you know, you're fun, you're having a good time, you talk slow with a southern drawl, and that maybe that's not what they're tuning in for. And I was like, I hear you. And at the same time, my thought process was, you know, the hobby's really happening, you know, regardless of what people tune in to hear. And I just want to make sure we're as healthy as we can be in the hobby. And if I can ask good questions and have people become introspective and examine themselves, you know, I have a belief that the unexamined life is not worth living. And so if I can be some cause in that and you come out better on the other side, like, I'm signing up for it.
Sure.
Is one of the things that Dave was just saying that like doing a little bit of the introspection can ruin is that what you were saying, Dave? Like if you dig too deep into the reasons for why you might ruin the fun in it,
you might, some people might. I for me personally, no, because like I know I you know, I've battled my demons and I'm pretty well balanced in my own head with my chaos. And so but some people might go too deep inside and be like, oh, this is unhealthy, even if they are still kind of, you know, not, you know, like, yeah, some people might just dive in and be like, this is unhealthy that I'm collecting this way, or I'm buying all this stuff. I was there at one point where I sold everything. I was like, I'm done collecting because I wasn't mentally, and I wasn't good in my own life to be spending this kind of money and doing what I do. But now I've found that balance. It's a business and it's my hobby. It's the best of both worlds. It's the best I've ever felt in my life in this space. And
that's beautiful.
Yeah, in my own life, period.
It's beautiful. And my question is do you ever get to where you're at now without going through what you went through?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you can No, I think you do have to have struggle in any part of your life, and in collecting, you definitely do have to go through something like get angry at yourself and then kind of reorganize. It's like 52 pickup. You know, you got to take the cards, shuffle them up as hard as they can, and then see where they fall, and then work from that. But that's just
I like that.
I love it. And Dave, you're reminding me something because, you know, for me, like life has been like going through a series of funnels.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll do this real quick. So, like, you know, life's big and it's, you know, it's a lot. And then I start to figure it out. It starts to funnel down. I'm like, man, I think I got this thing called life figured out for the most part. And then as it tightens, like I'm shedding all this junk, right? And then I come out the funnel and then it opens up again. I'm like, holy crap, I don't know anything. I thought I had it figured out, thought it was all good. And then you go through the funnel again. And for me, part of that is being introspective and thinking through, so what, I have all this stuff around me. Like, so that, like, what's my why? Like, what, you know, what's behind it? And it, for me, I want to keep it in a place that's as healthy as I can be. And yeah, I get that, you know, a person's heart is like deep waters. Who can know it? It's kind of scary to dive down in there, but I'm going to. So
yeah, no,
Okay.
It's healthy. I think it's healthy.
I need a moment, guys. I'm gonna say
okay.
Take your moment, baby.
First, I want to say, whomever it was that brought that up, I really appreciate that someone took the time to, you know, tell you how they felt or how they received it.
Totally.
I think that's really incredible because that person cares a lot and really enjoys the time they spend consuming the content from this show. And so that's very important to hear and something that I appreciate anyone sharing. And for me personally, I really, really liked last week's conversation. I think when the conversation was more us talking, it was more enjoyable for me than the wiki page. I don't like when a wiki page tells me something about psychology because we're smart enough to figure things out through a conversation. So those were my favorite parts of the conversation, when it was us talking and kind of like comparing our thoughts and using some of what was on the wiki page, but the wiki page was a wiki page, right?
Yeah.
Now,
it's not gonna tell you an opinion.
And so I really appreciated last week's conversation. And one of the things that I've been doing recently, and Dave, Kess says, well said, West Coast. And he says, thank you for the insight.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I've been doing recently is observing more than, I mean, I'm still voicing my opinions, but I'm not voicing as many opinions as I'm not voicing. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that, you know, by a long shot. But I've been observing with an open mind, but more importantly, an open heart, right? Because when I see somebody doing whatever it is they do, in whatever way they do it, seeking whatever fulfillment, satisfaction, or joy, it is my place that I think that's a refractor, that card that you just put down.
That's a great Batman card.
No, behind. You haven't gotten to it yet.
Oh, yes, I think you're right.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'm going to finish what I was saying afterwards. The shininess distracted me. That's the thing about growing up in the 90s.
I know
that's a refractor.
Yeah,
baby.
there we go.
And it's a Batman refractor. I said, I hope
refractor.
you get a Batman refractor.
My goodness, guys.
We could call that a bat fractor.
That's a bat fractor.
Legacy L2. Is that a white corner or is it just, I don't know.
I am a refractor.
That's a nice card, guys.
Swish, that is sick.
It's a baddie hit.
Good that look. It's a baddie hit.
Baddie hit.
No. Baddie hit.
That looks so good. Spidey, if you flex those cards back and forth while still in the pack, you'll free them up from sticking together after you open them. Oh, he's saying kind of, break them apart prior to opening them.
And
Doom, they don't make them like they used to.
I will do a better job at it.
Doom's absolutely right. He said they don't make it like they used to. Pokenomics says collecting has been super fun and great as a hobby and a business for me, but I always try to be aware of addiction and try not to take it too seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and those are all things. Those are all things to be aware of. And that's that, you know, back to what I was saying about observing. I'm observing what a lot of people are doing and their reasons. But trying to remove because it's I develop an opinion really quickly because I care about what I think, you know, like, so I have my thoughts on something really quickly, but they're my perspective, right?
Of course.
So if someone likes something that I don't, I'm quick to say, bro, that was ugly, you know, but I need to stop. Well, at least with people that don't know me enough to love me and forgive me for my opinions. And I need to understand, what did that person mean by why they got so excited, or why did they love that? Like, what was it for them? And why should I diminish it with whatever my perspective is? Like, if that's their perspective and they enjoy it, well, it's kind of a beautiful thing. Rock and roll. You know, that doesn't mean I'm going to buy it or collect it or clap for it. But if that's what they enjoy, then great. But I've been observing so many different sorts of collectors, and truth be told, some of it is a bit unhealthy. I'm not going to lie. But again, it's not necessarily unhealthy for that individual. If someone can do that because their life is structured that way, then great. But if it influences someone else to do that and their life isn't structured in a way that can absorb that much time or that much money spent, then it could be unhealthy, right? But everyone's different. So I've just been taking a moment to observe behaviors, observe patterns, and still have my own opinions. Nothing's ever going to change that, but maybe not be so imposing with them, because what's it got to do with me anyway? You know, nothing.
Well, and here's what I would say, Manu. First of all, I think you have a really high IQ, and I really appreciate your experience and how that informs your opinion. When you say something, and if I don't agree with it, I'm immediately doing business in my own mind going, okay, what does he see that I don't? Because I really respect generally where he comes from. And for me, it's like, yes, have your opinion, but let that form a powerful question that you could ask somebody rather than go, here's my opinion. Because if you form a powerful question, you begin a conversation. And it's kind of that old saying, no one was converted by losing an argument. And so if you're really wanting to make a difference in someone's life, have them think, you know? And I think a powerful question is a really good way to do that. And so, yeah, in this space, in the hobby, like I obviously I have opinions, but what I really want to do is create powerful questions so people can arrive at their own decision that will serve them and hopefully be something that makes them more healthy in the space.
Question is a powerful thing. Question is a very powerful thing.
Yeah, but you also got to be aware of who you're asking a powerful question to. If that person's not going to, you know, think about it in a really meaningful way, you might as well just say, whatever, you do what you do.
Well, you can't.
As we say, don't cast pearls amongst swine.
Yeah.
They will turn and trample
you know what I mean?
them
Like,
and trample you.
I can ask a powerful question, but if it's just going to be a complete waste of my time and energy, then I might as well not.
Well, then why share your opinion then?
There's something to be said about.
Oh no, he just asked a powerful question to me. Then why share my opinion? Why share my opinion?
Look at what you just did to
particular
him.
Person that you're referring to.
More than one person. I've been observing a group of habits. A group of patterns and things like that.
But what's more powerful? A question that you ask somebody that commands an answer, or a question you ask somebody that makes them question themselves? And that's what you just did to Manu. Manu is questioning what to say because the question you just asked him is so powerful.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, what is it within me that, I mean, aside from the fact that I have a lot of respect for my opinion, like, but this ties into what I said at the beginning. I already answered that question, Justin, because at the beginning I said, I've decided not to impose my opinion on people, because even though I don't have a complete answer, I just know that it's a waste of time. Like, if someone is in their own lane doing what they do, it's not my job to change their mind. You know how many people there are that agree with me? You know how many people there are that are my people? I'll just have conversations with them.
Yeah.
Well, here's one reason for my questions. I do not have it figured out.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think anyone has it. It depends on what someone means by figured out, but I don't know that anyone necessarily has it figured out. But like, I share my opinion. If someone asks for my opinion, well, they're gonna get it, right?
Yeah.
But when I'm confused about what's happening, it doesn't really serve me to ask what's happening, because the people are confusing me and their answer is going to confuse me too, because it's falling in line with whatever's confusing me. So what I choose to do in those scenarios is not say, hey, what are you guys doing? I say my opinion on it. Like, here's why I think this is really a waste of energy, guys. And I just leave it there and leave it be. I don't know. Like, I would rather have my opinion and walk away than become a part of something that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, it's like, it's weird. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. That was a really powerful question, a really good one. I don't have an answer, probably because I like my opinion and I like putting it out there. But I'm becoming not reluctant in sharing my opinion, just more careful in the room that I share it in, because my opinion is of great value to me and of great value to some others. And I would like to share it where it's valued. I don't waste my energy, and I started to do that, and I don't want to do that no more.
Yeah, well, I hear you there. And for me, the word powerful, I mean something when I say that, because a question is a question, but a powerful question is the one that like really moves the needle in terms of creating a conversation. And I've realized that there's some out there who don't want to have a conversation. They only want to either convert you or get you to hear their opinion. So,
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I for one, when it comes to both of your opinions, I legitimately and physically subscribe to both of your opinions. I subscribe to this channel. I watch you guys, and I'm friends with you both on Instagram, and so we are making a choice to listen to your opinion by subscribing, just like people are making a choice to listen to this lunatic right here. When you click on my show and you're like, uh-oh, well, here goes nothing.
Take for example, in the 90s, when I was a kid in the Bay Area and I didn't want to listen to Bay Area music. You know how weird that was for people, that all I listened to was East Coast rap? You know how all of my friends thought that I was
the outsider? Weird to me when you said it. That's why I turned around and asked you a question. I was like, whoa, wait a minute, why?
Because I don't know, it's unique to me, right? But the thing is, I'm not influenced just because something's going on around me. I'm influenced by what I like more, right? Like, and so but that's not how most people work. Everybody around me was listening to the music made around me, and then there was like me. And so
I've watched you wrestle with that.
Wrestle with it, meaning like I'm conflicted about it?
Meaning I have watched you wrestle with the fact that some people will like what they're told to like rather than developing their own taste of flavor.
Man, we're talking about psychology. People want the community aspect of things. They don't even care what they're subscribing to. They don't care what the pack is. They don't care what the card is. Everyone's ripping it. They want to rip it. It could be a piece of paper that's stamped 101 on it. Doesn't matter if the art's good. Doesn't matter if they like the character. They're excited because everyone's excited. That says more about what's missing in someone's life than it does about what it is they're paying for or collecting. That's just the truth of it. And it's a really strong opinion to develop. And it's a really almost painful thing to tell somebody or try to dive into it. And so I'm trying not to. I'm just trying not to, because I certainly believe I can see things clearer than many. And I'm trying not to have that opinion or come off that way. Because to someone that can't see, I think someone says you can't see the forest for the trees. I don't even know what that means, but I know the message they're trying to convey. And I think I can see more of the trees than most people. And if someone wants to tell me I'm wrong, I will politely disagree and not care to be told I'm wrong, because I've lived a long life and I've been right a lot about psychology type stuff, and I come off pretentious. I come off snobby, but tell me where I'm wrong. I don't know. Someone said you're wrong as soon as I said that. Look, I said, tell me where I'm wrong. And then Joseph goes, you're wrong. And then Kes says, I think you're right. It's a difficult thing.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Jim, it's a difficult thing. Joseph, I understand.
Uh,
It's a challenge.
Manu, the best thing you said was
The timing was so good.
so
I
good.
said, "Tell me, prove to me I'm wrong. You're wrong."
Well, the best thing you said was, I know I sound pretentious. And like
Yeah.
you have an awareness of how people are possibly hearing you. Like if
Mhm.
if they're watching this video or this moment, having not known you or had an experience of you otherwise, they're going, wait a minute. This guy thinks he knows it all. In fact, he just said he did.
Yeah, but
Where
I
did you
also
know
have
it?
this thing I like to say is I'm a know-it-all. That doesn't mean I know it all, right? There's a difference. There's a difference between someone that sounds like a know-it-all and is unaware of the fact that they sound like a know-it-all. That's a real annoying person to be around, right? And there's a nuance there, and so it just is what it is. It just is what it is.
It is. Well, it is what it is when you can't see the forest for the trees.
So the battle zones were 1 in 12 packs. That was the clear chrome cards. And we hit 3 of those. So that was what we were supposed to get.
I forgot I got my ash card. Let me go grab it. You guys didn't get to see it.
Go grab it.
You won one of the ash cards?
Yeah, I won one. Hold on.
You did
Hold on.
win one.
I am going to open this now that we know that it comes in the comic books. And they're not super rare, and I could probably get another one. Dave, why don't you show that first? Or can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Oh, you got the black cat. Nice.
Yeah, I won the black cat that night.
That's awesome, dude. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's sick, and it's on that sketch. What you guys were flipping out. It's on
yeah.
It was on the Rittenhouse one.
Yeah. So
tell me why this is so. Like, I know Rittenhouse, but I don't know.
Well, it's the fact that is that the 5x7?
Yeah. It's
or
like 2x3.
Larger, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 3x4 or something. Well, a Rittenhouse sketch, the blank would probably cost you a couple $100 before it's ever sketched.
Jeez. So this is like $1,000 sketch, is what you're trying to tell me.
Well, yeah, I'll let people decide what they think it's worth, but he probably didn't realize he was putting it on a valuable sketch.
That's really funny. Well, I'm gonna put it in a little frame. I'll get a little frame for it.
Yeah, very happy for you.
Yeah, it's got a little spot on my wall already. So
okay, we're gonna get into this.
Oh, you are opening it.
Yeah. 2 cards, maybe 3. Like there might even be a skeleton. There's going to be a Skeleton Warriors card in there too.
Oh no, that's terrible.
Yeah, I think they have 1 X-Men card and 1 Skeleton Warrior card.
I remember Skeleton Warrior. Excuse me.
Let's see.
But in short, I'll shorten it up and I'll conclude this by saying, in the analysis that I've been doing and the observing I've been doing, I've learned more about myself. And what I've learned is there's just groups that I don't care to be a part of. I'm not going to force myself into them because I'm not welcome or wanted there when my truth shows up. If I'm there just smiling and happy, well, everyone's smiling and happy. But that's not what I do. I like to belong. And I don't belong in large groups because not everyone shares my opinion. And I don't, it's fine. But and so that's what it's done for me. It's brought me more peace in that. I'm like, wait, well, it's okay. Like I just exist in the pocket that I exist in. And that's where I'm happiest. And that's where things make a lot of sense to me. So I don't have to struggle to figure out why someone's doing what they're doing. I don't even have to have an opinion on it. I just stay in my lane, stay where my energies are vibrating the way that I want, or I'm getting back the same, right? And so it's been an interesting one because as my community grows and as I make more friends and stuff, it's a whole lot of personalities that I'm interacting with. But yeah, I just, I'm not that kind of chameleon. Like I can be very polite and exist in a social environment with a lot of different dynamics, but I don't live in those environments, and I think I just want to spend more time where I live.
Yeah, you're always welcome in my community.
I appreciate it, my friend.
And by that, I mean my comic community and also my Jewish community of me.
Beautiful.
What does Simbi Delete said? He said, starting MU account years ago. What's MU?
I don't know if
Starting
you mean
MU
Marvel
account.
Universe, maybe.
Okay, starting Marvel Universe account years ago and having people buy books that I posted put a weird feeling on the hobby. Luckily, I've met a ton of cool people to share the passion. I don't like knowing people spend money and get into bad habits from me just having fun. Social media can be a beautiful thing, but sometimes I reminisce about the old days of quietly collecting. It's interesting stuff, my man.
I know what he means. I kind of
Yeah.
feel that a little bit too.
Oh, and he meant started my account. He was just saying my account.
Yeah.
It was a typo. It wasn't MU. It was MY. Jojo Jimby, thank you.
Quietly collecting. That's an interesting term. And whoa, where am I at? There I am. Hey Dave, you already got turned around. I'll go ahead and put you on.
Oh, I didn't know if you want to talk a little bit. I don't have to open this right now.
Yep. No, you go ahead. Go ahead. But I am going to talk. So I think that there must be people who quietly collecting is what's probably most healthy for them. And getting caught up in the FOMO that a community can create, or the pressure that it can create from a collecting standpoint, like, should my collection look like theirs, or look like this, or should it have this, or should it have that, and lose sight of, what they really want. And if you're not careful, that can happen. And I know that there's got to be people that maybe even watch this channel that never comment, won't ever hit the like button, but definitely take it in, that are quietly collecting. And I would not want to go back to just quietly collecting personally. There's too much connected to the hobby, even outside of the cards, that I really enjoy. And as long as that's in place, you will not see me as a quiet collector.
Jojo Yojimbi.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. I am not a quiet person.
Well, it's interesting because, like, I really value, there's this verse that says that, make it your ambition to lead a quiet life, mind your own business, and work with your hands. And I really value all three of those: minding your own business, leading a quiet life, and working with your hands. Like, I like the picture that paints of a human, and at the same time, I want to hit record and share it with everybody.
Jojo asked what this is. This is 2015 Marvel Star Wars Masterwork, which Justin so eloquently put is the Marvel masterpieces of the Star Wars universe, or yeah.
And here's what I'm gonna put this out there. This box owes you a big card.
Yeah, it does. It does. So let's see what we got. We got General Grievous.
I'm a quiet goop.
Yoda.
I know I am quiet when I goop.
Manu's kind of like, you guys are both like equal parts of Yoda. You just don't speak backwards. Neither of you do.
No.
Very insightful humans.
Whoa!
Speaking of big
auto.
right there, a Peter
If I had a
Mayhew sign
uvula,
card.
I would growl.
Yeah, I can't do it either. It's just a regular signed card, but I'll take it.
Look at that.
Yeah.
So it's not numbered. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, not numbered, but
okay.
I mean,
still cool.
Peter's no longer with us, and
yeah,
one of the more legendary characters to ever grace the screen in any movie.
Is that on card, or is it on sticker?
That's on card. Yeah, it's on card.
That is really cool, man.
Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, I still have two of these boxes left, so that's why I can at least open one more.
Manu, what did you write down?
I'm not telling you.
Okay. That was not a powerful question.
No, and I'm internalizing much more now. Pokenomics said, I feel that as a content creator sometimes, I feel a push sometimes to share more of my collecting and thoughts than I may otherwise like to, because I have an audience to entertain. So he feels a little pressure to create the content, which makes sense. As collectors, not to sound like a know-it-all, but as collectors, we like to share when we have something noteworthy, right? Like when something great happens, we're like, look, the 101 or whatever, right? Like, look at the Maximum Carnage book. But as content creators, you do have like this, you're like, you want to be consistent. You know, you want to put out a post every single day or a story every single day. And you don't always have the big, coolest item to share. So yeah, a little bit of that pressure does exist.
Yes. Hey, Pokenomics, are you in a place where you want to come on the channel? Like right now?
I I feel the pressure to create. And I started the channel with kind of the intention to not share completely the ins and outs of how I get collections and stuff. But I also realized, even if I did tell people the amount of time that I put into this, unless you do this all the time, you couldn't do what I do. And I don't mean that as like a boast. I just mean that as a fact.
So it's interesting you say that. And I don't want to miss a big hit here. It looks like we got something.
Yeah, it looks like a double hit in here. Drew people cool. Oh, that's a numbered card. That's numbered out of 99. And then the Bib Fortuna Scum and Villainy is numbered out of 299. But what's this?
Sketch card.
Ooh, a Dooku sketch.
Very nice.
I got 2 numbered cards and a sketch card. Wow. Bill Pulaski. In the same.
That is awesome, dude.
Yeah, triple hit. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Well, what I was going to say is, and Manu knows this, and Fausto, because they hear just about everything that goes on in my world as it relates to this hobby.
Mm-hmm.
I don't share. I don't know. I don't know how should I phrase that, Manu? Like, there's a lot I don't share because what I think it would, I don't think it would be good. How do I say this?
You filter?
Pokenomics says he could come on to hang out for a bit.
Yeah, I want to send you or we're on Instagram. Send me a message real quick, and then I'm gonna send you the link. I don't know how to say this. It would probably make for interesting content that would even grow the channel. But it's not part of the culture. That's not the right word. I just think the way it would play on the screen would not be the way it really plays out in my life.
Right.
I mean, like if I make a big sale, you know, and I put that out there all the time. I sold it for this. I sold it for this. Are some of the conversations that are happening in the background. Nothing like nefarious or anything like that. That's not what I mean. I just mean there's things going on that I think are really cool, and conversations that are happening I think are really cool that are not made for me hitting record and talking about it.
Well, you know, you got to let stuff happen naturally and not have everything in front of the camera. There we go.
Keith says it's not conducive to what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Well, there's definitely another something in there, but I think it's just a regular Scum and Villainy. But there's something else in here. Jack, there's Porkins. I love Jack Porkins. Ooh, a little Mace Windu refractor. There's some refractor for you, Manu.
Yeah, I see that. See that hollow foiling happening.
Oh, another sketch. Whoa. This is a wood panel sketch. This is wood.
Dude,
so
that
this box
awesome.
Is delivering.
Yeah, this box is
You delivering. Are getting the big hits.
Jason Durden, and this is like a wood panel. Han Solo, maybe colored pencil. Yeah, this is probably some colored pencil. This is beautiful. 2 sketches so far, and we got one box left.
Manu, remind me, I got a question I want to ask you, and I don't want to forget.
But
you
Justin,
have a question you want to ask me?
Justin, there's something that you just said that, remember you told me that I should like film, you know, an entire day of what I do.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, it sounds interesting. And I kind of did that with that Saturday where I went to like 2 thrift markets, offer up buy in a comic store. But I realized there's so much in there that I don't want people to see, not for the same reason that you just said. It's, you know, there's just too much going on that like some of it needs to not be, you know, for everybody.
Right, because if I share it and then I have to cut out what certain parts of it, it turns into like scripted reality and not what's really happening. And
Right.
I want to know. I think I know. I mean, I know what you're talking about, or elements of it. Andrew says nothing says future worlds in deep space like wood.
Wood.
that rare material.
Yeah. Well, look, Endor. There's a lot of trees on Endor, so there's a lot of wood
Justin,
in space.
You have a
Yeah.
question for me.
Well, this is not this time for me to ask. Later.
Uh-oh. Oh, you meant remind you like
Yeah.
in private.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
He's like, what deep, powerful question does he have to ask?
It's going to be a Yoda question. By the way, there's some type of medallion. There's a very thick card in here.
Look at that.
Yeah. All right. We got Leia. We got Ayala Sakura.
Come on, I want to Leia.
Mace. And, ooh, speaking of wood paneling, there's a shield bunker piece.
Did you pull that last time?
I pulled a different one. I pulled a Stormtrooper one. This is a 3PO at a 255. Feels like wood. And finally, Greedo.
Hey, Pokenomics, I sent you the StreamYard link if you are there.
This thing is so thick. Look at this.
Might be setting up or something.
Anyway, that was fun. So yeah,
that was a lot of fun, dude.
Yeah,
you killed it.
That was. I mean, maybe it was because I brought the Ash sketch out. I got some really cool stuff in this box, but
2 sketches, an auto.
Yeah,
man.
Couple of shiny ones, couple of numbered ones.
To me, this feels like what people are chasing after when they pay the big bucks for this box.
For sure. Yeah, well, it was fun opening that.
Who is the artist for the Hans? I want to see if I can eBay that real quick.
Let's see. It is. I just saw it. Jason Durden, Durden. So Jojo asked, how much would a box cost like that? I've sold one of these for $1,700, and then I sold another one for $1,200. So there's your price points.
I just Googled Jason. You said Durden, Durden.
Yeah.
Star Wars sketch, and nothing came up.
Huh. Maybe it's super rare. There's something also about it too.
What is the wood sketch? Does it have a particular name to it?
No, like but it's different. It's different color. It's just sketch card. You would think, but no.
Let me just type in wood sketch.
And then this one says 5 of 5, which I guess he did 5, but the same one.
Oh, they numbered the sketch?
They numbered just the Dooku. Disney.
I like that.
Actually, yeah, right. It's rigged. I should, it's tempting when you get something like this. It's tempting to just go to the closet and grab the other 2 boxes, but I need to sell one more, and then I'll be happy to rip the last one.
Here is a Masterworks wood sketch, not nearly as good as the one you have, in my opinion. 400, 153, 219. 269. Some of these are pretty weak. Here's a Yoda that's pretty good for $7.99.
Jason Beach, Jason Cedar.
Interesting.
Yeah, if somebody wants to buy one of these boxes, I'll sell one right now for $1,000, and then I'll open the other one.
Do it. He says, I need to live vicariously through you because there's no way I'm ever spending $1,500 on a box.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I did not spend $1,500 on these boxes, so I don't blame anybody else that wouldn't.
Jason Oak, Jason Beach, Jason Cedar.
Here's the thing, and I wanted to bring this up before because I think it's a good time to ask you guys this or just mention this. But in the world of collecting, Manu, you and me, we all collect different things, but we all kind of collect comics, cards, stuff like that. The thing about cards that is dangerous versus comics, there is so much more of a gambling element to cards than there is comics. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but what I just did was take $1,000 and gamble that I'm even going to come close to getting $1,000.
There's no way I'm ever spending $1,500 on a box. Hey, bud.
Oh, shoot. We got a friend.
Hey, give him a second. He's going to work out the audio. But yes, there is 1,000% a gambling aspect.
Yeah. So I can understand why some people do find themselves angry or just in place where they're not happy what they've done, in regards to buying a lot of stuff in hopes of cracking and making their money back. Whereas I can go and buy I can buy a Giant Size X-Men number 50, and that book's going to be worth maybe a tiny bit less, but most likely a heck of a lot more than what I bought it at in like 6 months to a year.
Yeah. Jake, you there, bud?
Hey, I'm here. How's it going, guys?
What's up, Jake?
What's up, Jake?
Jake, what time zone are you in?
I'm on the East Coast, so it's about 11:50 here. But I'm a pretty night owl.
Okay, so you're okay. I was worried about the time.
No, I've done streams 2 a.m. on my work schedule is very flexible, so I often don't start work until 10:30, 11.
Jake, can you give us an introduction real quick?
Sure. Yeah. So I also have a YouTube channel, and guess I'm most known in the Pokemon community, the Pokemon card collecting community, which is where I started my channel in. But I collect a lot of different TCGs and CCGs and cards from the 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s and all the way up into to modern cards. And I'm just a big collector. I enjoy Marvel. I engage with this channel quite a bit. Swami's a good friend of mine who I know some of you guys know, and he used to be more into Pokemon and then he became very into Marvel. And
he's the bridge for you guys.
For sure. He definitely is someone I go to with Marvel questions. But yeah. So I run the channel Pokenomics, it's called, and do a lot of market talk.
A lot of charts and graphs.
Some charts and graphs. I do more of that in like a Patreon that I have behind the scenes where we go a little deeper into numbers, and that's definitely not for everyone. The channel is a little more just like, talking kind of philosophy, psychology of markets, having debates and discussions about the hobby with a bunch of other, people from.
Anytime I find myself watching someone that's talking about something that I'm not actually interested in, in all fairness, I don't collect Pokemon. Obviously, it's huge. It's massive. It's #1 entertainment brand in the world. I mean, that's not me belittling it. That's just me saying that it just doesn't capture my attention. But I have enjoyed watching your channel, and I was curious to get your perspective on kind of this conversation that we're having around the hobby. It's more of the psychology of collecting.
Did you have any like specific question or like part of it that you're interested in?
Well, I guess the reason we were in this conversation was kind of the visceral reaction that people were having towards Hasbro for the way they handled Wizard of the Coast, Magic the Gathering, and not so much saying you shouldn't be upset, but just making sure that that pendulum doesn't swing so far to the other side that you're letting it like really control how you feel about life in general, and whether or not you're happy and dissatisfied. And last week, in fact, dissatisfied is actually, I think, how I opened up the conversation was, hey, we generally are people who are dissatisfied, like deep down, and we're trying to get to some place where we're feeling that some sense of satisfaction, temporal, whether it has longevity to it or not. And that can create some unhealthiness in the collecting space in particular.
So I wouldn't say that collectors are necessarily more dissatisfied than your average human being or person out there. I do think that we work to fill maybe some dissatisfaction sometimes with our collecting. And I would say everyone out there does it in different ways. But I also think like you can enjoy collecting and that the hunt and the hobby and the fun doesn't need to come from a place of necessarily like lack where I'm trying to fill some sort of void, but it absolutely can also come from that sort of place. I think you can love the stories and the characters and the history and the friendships and the people and there's a lot of like richness in these intellectual properties that we love, and then also in like the specific, whether we collect cards or comics or any sort of art, that there's like a lot of fun to be had. But I think you can absolutely and I made a video on addiction on my channel a while back. I was actually a therapist for like 11 years. So talk a decent amount about
got a good guy on the channel to talk about it.
Types of ideas. but yeah, I made a video on addiction and talking about sort of my personal experiences with maybe addiction in the hobby or feeling addicted. And like, I'd have a fight with, my partner or something, and then I'd go rush to buy something, or I'd be for me, boredom was a big thing, like being bored and then finding myself on eBay buying things that maybe stressed me out a little bit because maybe I didn't really sell enough, or they weren't items that I really wanted to go after, or I spent a little extra on something that I really felt I should just because I was a little bored that day, something like that. I think a little bit of self-awareness on that stuff in aggregate goes a long way. So like you trying to make better decisions over a long period of time, you'll probably be like a lot more happy with your collection than if you're letting that stuff get the best of you time and time again. But I wouldn't worry, like for the most part, you make a purchase you probably shouldn't have. Like you could probably sell a card or sell something else, or there's usually ways. Usually it is not a catastrophe, particularly one or two small things. And I think it's constantly, I think it is why understanding and knowing how to sell and those types of things can be helpful in finding balance, and why a lot of people who are big collectors also end up having some sort of business or some sort of side thing, because it helps fund the, huge expense and appetite of buying these like very expensive items. But yeah, with the Magic 30th stuff, like I'm not from that community exactly. Like I'm a fan of Magic and enjoy it. So I certainly did not get super riled up about it though, and felt a little bit like, like this seems a little bit of a strange reaction or a little bit of a surprising reaction, because outside of the fact that they reprinted reserve lists, which they said they never would, which if you like are investing and that bothers you because you're frustrated that your cards might go down in value, or you're just frustrated that a company would go back on that because you want to trust the company. Like I can understand where that's coming from, but I don't think that it needs to impact you to the point where like you have to like quit the hobby, or for most people, and you can still play your commander deck and your deck, and you can still, there are plenty of standard boxes that are still $60-$70. These aren't even like tournament legal items that you need to own. So you can, if you're just a player, you can completely skip this, pretend it didn't happen, and it shouldn't impact you. But I do get where people are coming from with like, we don't feel like Wizards of the Coast like has our backs, or the best interest of the players, or the best interest of the community, and like I don't want to be here anymore. And and I respect that there's lots of people out here who have different backgrounds and perspectives and connections to these things, and I could put myself, like, if this is like your favorite thing in life and you're just so passionate about Magic, I could get how this would offend you. But I think the vast majority of people probably are like, we like Magic, but maybe it's not that big of a deal. And like, life will go on and the game will go. I don't think Magic's going to die or anything because of it. Those are a bunch of
I don't think so.
rambly thoughts.
Well, I appreciate you sharing those. So I'm curious, you collect Pokemon, Marvel, I think I've heard you say Dragon Ball Z.
Sure.
You just mentioned like vintage cards, 40s, 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
How do you maintain your focus and not get too spread out?
So I've been doing this like fairly intensely for 7 years now. And I guess I just get really passionate about different things. Like right now I've been spending most of my time on Star Wars cards.
How did Dave do just then?
That's a nice card. That's a nice card. That's a becoming a rarer and rarer box, that 2016 Masterwork.
Yeah, thanks to Dave.
Yeah.
he keeps opening all of them.
It's awesome to see it opened. Yeah, no, I think so there have been times where I have been maybe felt a little overwhelmed, or just like, I'm trying to do too much, like financially, because I'm setting all these like massive goals, and like I have the goal to have the biggest non-sports collection in the world, basically, and I want to open a museum
Holy smokes.
with
I
a
did
bunch
not realize
of
that.
someday.
I'll take one ticket to that museum.
Yeah, and that's part of why I engage in Marvel. Like, I want to know all the different areas and the different big IPs and the different things that are going on, so that I can have that knowledge and start to build kind of cool or interesting collections in each thing. But to me, it's like a 30, 40 year like fun thing that I may never achieve, is like my attitude towards it. And it's just sort of fun to set big goals and then try to kind of slowly chip away at them. But yeah, I mean, there are times when I might feel a bit, I think that I can feel some impatience of like, I just wish I had a lot more money so that I could buy some of these big cards and make more progress. But you have to keep in mind that, like, I think we can greatly underestimate. This is a fairly common saying. We can greatly we overestimate what we can achieve in short term, but we underestimate what we can achieve in a long term. And so if you actually do the math and I pick up 3 or 4 of these cards from a lot of these different hobbies a year, in 20, 30, 40 years, I will have a lot of this stuff complete by just sort of being patient over time and being able to afford that stuff. And so I think it's a doable thing. And I talk to guys in their 60s and 70s who've done it for sports cards and other sorts of things all the time at card shows to kind of see what their process was like and how they built those types of collections. And you don't need millions and millions and millions of dollars to do it out from outside the hobby. You can build it up by flipping and trading and collecting and kind of moving up as you go and riding sort of the ups and downs of the booms and bust periods. And so that's what I'm trying to do.
Well, I know when I first got into Marvel cards, I just fell so madly back in love with the cards in general. I was like, man, I missed out on 20 plus years. I've got to try to capture as much of that back as quickly as possible. And then realize, like 6 months into it, like, that isn't, whoa, Justin, stop. That's not healthy. You don't need to capture it in a hurry. It's not truly disappearing, so it's not going away.
Yeah.
But that's how I felt. And I had to refocus. And for me, that focus has been to focus on Peter Parker, Spider-Man specifically. And I've had a couple of little chases here and there for other stuff, but man, I couldn't stay in the different spaces that you're in at the level that you're in. But you seem well organized. I'm looking at the back there, and I'm like, he's far more organized than I am.
I spend quite a bit of time. I have spreadsheets and graphs for every card, buying points, things like that in inventory.
Wow.
And it's like, I can be very disorganized in some areas of my life, but in this area, pretty
controlled. Hey, we got a question from Zach of All Trades. What is everyone's thoughts on the PPP loan fraud allegations? Are you guys familiar with the PPP loans and how that went? If you were self-employed, there's a good chance your bank was calling you saying, hey, are you aware of these loans that you can get, PPP loans? And they were like employment protection plans where they were loaning businesses money to offset losses related to COVID and so forth and so on. And then now the IRS has hired, I don't know the number, but it was a lot of people or the feds, maybe not the IRS, but the feds have hired a lot of people to investigate these fraud cases. And now they're like, people were getting a lot of money that they were not supposed to get. I was looking at some information this morning. Actually, it was just really early this morning. And it was about the fact that the supply of money shot up by 40% in COVID. And for the first time since 1959, as far as back as I saw the data, that went down below negative 1% in the supply of money. So like money is really tightening up right now, and could speak to why a lot of the prices are dropping like you're seeing, the way you're seeing them. So I thought that was really interesting. But this fraud allegation for PPP, I have seen some of that pop up, and I'd be shocked if people who are self-employed in the hobby did not get some of those loans and use that to fund the hobby.
Are you guys familiar with like the sports card radio and like Jeff Wilson stuff around this right now, like the specifics of like, the actual,
Not the Jeff Wilson portion. I may have answered too quickly. I'm familiar with that.
I think you did. I think
channel.
you were missing some of the context of why the question was asked.
Yeah, because that has definitely been a thing in the hobby. And in Pokemon cards, there were like some big articles that came out about a guy who bought, like an $80,000 Charizard this year on PPP loans. So it's been like a thing and a topic of discussion. But recently, like Sports Card Radio came out with a video saying, saying that, and it seems accurately so, that like Jeff Wilson, for not his sports card for not, I don't know if you guys know Jeff Wilson, our sports card investor, has probably the largest sports card channel. Anyway, they basically were like, he took about $2 million in PPP loans 2 separate times during the pandemic, 1 million each for a non-card related company, is my understanding. Because that company was some sort of, I don't want to get this wrong, but I believe it was some sort of
it was a marketing agency.
Marketing, yeah. And they basically said that he they got really hit by the pandemic. This was in Jeff Wilson's video, he said, and that they needed those loans to keep the employees there, and that's why he did it. And then Sports Card Radio said, well, you bought $2 million of cards at the same time privately, in just your videos, and they kind of went through it. And so that brings, first of all, like there's a whole legality question, which is a different thing. Like, is that illegal to do that? And then there's sort of just like the ethical question of like, how do people feel about someone personally buying lots of cards and then taking PPP loans out for their business rather than like injecting their own money into that business or stuff like that. And it's a hive. I mean, that's a bee's nest right there of a discussion. There's gonna be lots of strong opinions.
Yeah, I can feel one brewing inside of me right now. that would be impossible to voice on this channel because the amount of F-bombs that would be involved in that opinion. But in short, that's disgusting because people are depending on that person as an owner of a business to help. And my former job is kind of in that space. Before the pandemic, I worked for a company, that sports memorabilia company that does live and silent auctions at charity events. And he let people go and did not use the PPP money to keep his employees there. And, he furnished his lavish lifestyle with some of that money. And people were dying in the thousands. And that's the kind of behavior that was going on. I'm not going to keep talking because I'm going to get really angry.
I mean, it's a combination of government failure, right? And a lot like the people who were getting them were not always the right people. And like, there's all sorts of like system. And then it's like, well, how can we really expect more of the government? How could they do it better? This was a difficult position. Right. And everyone has like a different crazy opinion, but sorry, I interrupted you, Justin.
Well, look, there's no doubt that people abused it. And I'm sure that abuse was part of what fueled the boom in the collectible space. And, look, there were people who thought their businesses were not going to survive and thrive. They took the PPP loan out and the economy really took off for them in some ways. And, they didn't realize that was going to happen. And now they're sitting there with this money at 1% or whatever the terms they came up with were. And then redid whatever.
What do you mean at 1%? 1% interest? Some of them were forgivable. Like
some were forgivable, but some were.
These were all forgiven, so Jeff didn't have to pay any of these. And I will add that, according to these videos, and there seems to be paperwork, and Jeff says that he actually did this on his own video. But there was also like PWCC took out a big loan. Ken Golden took out like a not quite as big, but I think like reasonably so. I mean, quite a bit. And there's also the question of like Jeff didn't take it out. Technically, it sounds like for any card business, which probably makes what he did completely legal. And there's also like legality of like, you can't like, can you actually put your own money into your business? Like there might be some legal things that we don't understand, which makes what he did actually not crappy. So I think it's just like, it's a complicated thing. But there are sports card companies like PWCC who probably were making record profits during this time, who took PPP loans, because this was like the highest the sports card industry has ever been. the most business any of these things are getting during the pandemic. And so there might be some businesses who got PPP loans to kind of lean into it and double and triple their profits when they didn't need it, and then got their loan forgiven because all these loans were forgiven instead of paying it back with the greater profits that they made. So who knows at this point, but it's definitely like, wow, like there's potentially some like definitely greedy, at the very least, if not illegal, like super greedy, behavior probably.
Yeah. No, I didn't realize that they did a video on that. Hugonomics, you brought the negative stuff in tonight, man.
I don't find this stuff negative, and this might be my personality. I find it fascinating, like me personally. But I know that it's not fascinating. Like I find these like greed and ethics and these, we have these discussions a lot on my channel, and I think it's a huge part of, unregulated markets like this and like trying to protect yourself and navigate your way through it. But my apologies if I
No. I mean, I think that the viewer brought in the question, hey, have you heard about the PPP fraud? And I had not heard that this had been connected so specifically to someone like Jeff Wilson through Sports Car Radio. I know their channel. I don't follow them. And the truth is I don't have a lot of time to watch a lot of content. Unfortunately, it's when you make content, that's normally your free time is making it, not getting to absorb as much as I'd like to. But no, I did not realize that. That is fascinating. So
and
what
I
do
think
you
pretty early, to make any strong, I think you have to be careful assuming, I think, in my view, too much about any of the actors. It feels kind of early in the process of figuring out sort of exactly.
Well, as someone who works for a bank, who was very much not, I know what Herculean efforts our bank took to make sure businesses didn't shut down, and that business owners who were if you remember what the early days of that was like the unknown, we came alongside those businesses and made sure that we told them, hey, you're going to survive, you're going to thrive, and we'll get you through this. So I know what it meant for those businesses, and it did a lot of good. And I also know that, globally in the whole situation, people took advantage of it. So.
I agree with that. I think that it did a lot of good, but often there are unintended negative consequences with like good things. And the government tries to do a lot, and it's often with a sledgehammer, and they don't have like refined good tools for doing making sure individuals get exactly what they should. So it's a complicated task, to say the least.
Yeah. Nobody says, I almost wish I didn't know this now. Which part are you talking about? Maybe it was something in the chats. Like I don't know which part.
I think it was the PPE, all that stuff. I think that's right, because when it popped up is like right in the middle of that. What he was saying, what Jake was saying.
Brian, didn't businesses have to prove to the banks how the money was used and have to be forgiven? There were definitely processes. I'm not familiar with all of them, so I can't speak to them, but I think it specifically, if it had to do with covering employer, like an payroll, if it was covering payroll, the payroll protection plan, then they had to prove that they didn't let those people go and they kept them employed. But if your business actually went up, like a lot of businesses did, my experience was there were really the scenario, if you were not working at all, but if you were working, you were making more money than you ever did before.
Because you weren't spending money.
And the people who were working were making more than they ever did before, also the same people that got the PPP loans.
Yeah.
And so it ended up being free money.
It's a mess.
But my point is a lot of people didn't know it at the time that that's what the economy was going to do.
Yeah. Unprecedented times.
So did the PPP loans create the economy to boom? Like it's not as black and white as it sounds.
I mean, in my eyes, as somebody that was working the hardest I've ever worked in my entire life, because I turned around, I lost my job. I started working for the post office. I was making more money than I ever had in my life. And I was hating my life more than I ever had in my entire life.
Right.
But nobody was going anywhere. Even so, like, you know, like people were getting stimulus, but nobody was taking vacation. Nobody was going to concerts, sporting events, movies. So by default, I mean, like that circumstance, which has never happened in the history of our time.
Our life, yeah.
Yeah. That created, I mean, to me, that created the boom, but it wasn't, I don't know. I don't think it wasn't the investment side of it. It was I guess I'll go back and read, you know, Amazing Spider-Man 300. I guess I'll put that back on my wall because I'm not doing anything. You know, people were buying DVDs like it was 2005 because they were just like, well, it's not on Netflix, it's not on Hulu, it's not on HBO. I got to order from Amazon and get that DVD. So I mean, there's a lot of factors, but I saw a lot of it from a different perspective. There was a guy in my route who was getting CGC books every day. He was buying something off eBay, and I'm like, this is a slab. The next day, I'm like, oh, this is a slab. The next day, this is 2 slabs. So it was interesting to see it from that perspective of like delivering that stuff to people. And I took extra care with those slabs. I never tossed one. I never tossed it on his porch. I always placed it right on his porch.
Oh, that's awesome. It's funny. I worked so hard during 2020 that I couldn't look up long enough to collect anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't until October of 2020 when I came back from a Grand Canyon hike and I was like, I'm not going to keep working like this, you know, 14, 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. And that's when I started hitting record. I decided to carve out some time for me, and that's when the YouTube channel was born, November of 2020. But man, I wish I could go back and start collecting earlier that year. And I really wished I had made content earlier in that year, because that's when YouTube channels saw their biggest growth was during the height of the pandemic.
Of course, because everybody's watching.
But that's okay. It happened in the season it was supposed to happen. So I'm not like upset by it.
Well, Justin, I started my YouTube channel after I started October 2021 because I'm like, all right, I'm done with the post office, and I had gotten another job for 3 weeks. I'm like, I'm done working for anybody. Yeah. I'm like, wait, I have this knack for going to garage sales and finding $400 books for $1 and flea markets. So I'm like, let me hit record. And it was late.
Here we are.
Yeah.
Manu, why are you so quiet?
That's my energy now this evening. And plus also, this is not a conversation that I am going to voice my opinion on, not because I don't have one, but because it's too sensitive. And
I get that.
Even if there's people involved that I might think are up to something, this is crossing a line where I don't speak on this kind of stuff. This could mean real serious consequences for people, and quite frankly, I don't appreciate that people are really talking about it that much. This is beyond cards.
Fair enough. We could talk about charts and graphs.
And I like charts and graphs.
I can tell you why I don't like them.
He says, JoJo says you had your mind blown. I don't think he had his mind blown.
Who, me? Oh no, I already knew all of this stuff. I already knew all about. I've been watching all of the videos that we're talking about right now. I watched Jeff's response. I don't have a personal opinion on whether there was any wrongdoing whatsoever. I have no opinion on it. I've seen the accusations. I've seen the people create the content about it, and wrong or right, I just think the content's distasteful. I think it's too personal, and I think the consequences are too real, and I think you shouldn't even. I think it's gone a little too far, because if people do realize that they're accusing people that didn't actually do some of these things, you're causing a lot of stress and harm in like a really personal aspect, a personal way to their life. I don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I remember being a part of a situation personally where there was something that happened that couldn't be easily proved, like quickly. And we went to the law, and we were like, hey, need to prosecute. And they're like, they sent us to the DA, and the DA was like, I'm not prosecuting. We're like, no, you need to prosecute. He goes, I don't know that I can win the case. I'm not taking the case if I'm not 100% sure. I said, well, then arrest us for making an accusation that's false. Somebody's wrong here. Either we're making a false accusation and there should be some crime against that, or what we're saying is true. Either way, like something needs to happen here. And we never got a resolution. We still live with the event that occurred that happened. But I think that making accusations that could damage somebody, you know, you need to be very, very careful. And what would you want somebody to do, and how would you want them to treat you, I guess is what I'm asking.
I agree with Manu, and perhaps I shouldn't have even answered the question or even talked about what it is, because it's kind of, even us just doing that puts more attention and makes more people aware of it. But I think my perspective is like, when YouTubers are making like gotcha content on other YouTubers from sort of like 100 miles up, or whatever the description is, and not really knowing them personally, it's, first of all, like these types of things is probably a matter for the police generally and for the government and for the IRS, and not something that should be, talked about in sort of a haphazard kind of stupid, offensive way online. I agree with that. I think that it's the only counter argument to that is like, when you're such a public figure and now the way that this has been done, extremely distasteful, and just we don't need to, I don't want to hate on the channel that's making the videos either, but like but I do think the stuff that has come out, my own mind, I mean it's questionable, and I mean it's the actual just content, regardless of sort of the rudeness or the way that it's delivered or the personalities behind it, is something that is important in the hobby. And it's something, and to me, it was even less about Jeff Wilson and more about these other businesses that are big in the hobby, kind of taking these people, and to people's comments here, like what impact has that all had on sort of the building of these businesses, the hobby, and who pays for it? I mean, but perhaps it's something that's best left to be talked about maybe further down the line when there's more facts or more information, or not at all, because it's too sensitive. It's tough.
It's tough.
Well,
it's tough.
Their families involved, and I think that what's going on, on those particular channels, I haven't watched them, but the negativity sells. It just does.
Yeah.
And if I think that the idea that someone's doing it as a public service is probably not totally wholesome, and there is some reality of realizing that they get more likes and views and comments and interaction and engagement through negativity. So what's the biggest possible negative story that we can talk about and uncover? Like that, there's probably some of that reality there too. And it's not wholesome on all sides.
Yeah.
And so for me, man, I don't want to take somebody, I don't want to shine negative light on someone that could hurt and damage their families, especially when not all the facts are there.
Yeah. I mean, Jeff has another business. It's a multi-million-dollar operation with dozens of employees, and took out loans, with the, for that business. We don't know what was done with that money. And so that's where the conversation needs to stop. We're not detectives. We don't have any evidence. We don't know. But if you have opinions, those are opinions. I understand it. But just like Jake was saying, I think some of the content that was created was just jumping on that wagon, like really enthusiastically, but not knowing anything more than the previous person, and the previous person didn't know anything other than loans were taken. If that's all you know, like a lot of people took loans, right? And there was a lot of fraud committed, but we don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. There are things that I do know, and when I do know it, or when it's really obvious or really apparent, and it's not, personally attacking someone, I do voice my opinion. People hear my opinion all the time. This was just a little different.
I also
I like your opinion.
To call this fraud is a complete overstep. to me, you know,
I had
it's a to say that it's maybe a bit ethically concerning and I want to learn more exactly the details is my response, but to jump to something like he did something illegal is a bad take based on the information that I've gotten from those videos and from looking into it a little bit. Like, you
The
know,
reason that, yeah, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
yeah. So I mean, and that's where you really get into like defamation lawsuit. Like, you know, if you're saying things that are false about him, like, I mean, they could open themselves up for an actual defamation lawsuit, but that's a whole nother thing.
There's something
Yeah.
I didn't.
Go ahead,
I know I shouldn't say this because it's touchy, but I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna say it. It's different.
We
It has
can
not-
move on.
that-
I'm sorry.
No,
Hold on, let me
no,
put
it's
on the
not.
big screen.
No, I don't want to be on the big screen. I need 4 quads. I need 4 squares.
I'm messing with you, brother.
This has.
Wait,
this
I need
has,
to leave before you say this, so I'm not clipped.
Yeah.
No. This has nothing to do with this. This is. Man, I'm just gonna say this. I was really disappointed with Sports Card Radio like a week ago with the video.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the content they were making. I mean, it was, but it wasn't like all of the stuff they say about all of the people that I'm like, yeah, get them. Oh yeah, that's right. You're supposed to point that out. And man, I really, you know, Justin knows this from the weeks prior. I've said I enjoy their content. I don't think they're just spreading negativity for the sake of spreading negativity. I think they're creating awareness. They have a very aggressive way of doing it, but that's also their advantage. Their advantage is I don't care about you or what you think. Here's what I think, and here it is. And that's their strength. That's their advantage, and that's why they're able to do what they do. They literally don't have any strings attached. Well, it seemingly, or if they do have strings attached, you know, it just seems like they're operating independently. And then and so I watch it. I watch it because I do believe it's informative, and a lot of things I did agree with. Now, would I have delivered it that way? No. Are there cringe-worthy things on those videos? Absolutely. But something happened a few weeks ago that was too much for me, and I lost so much respect for them instantly. And I'm gonna tell you exactly what it was. And I don't know, like I just feel bad. Like I feel like if they're my friends, I want to say to them, "What were you doing, guys? Like that was crazy." And what that was they did a video. They did a 2-part video, but the first video was which breakers or which influencers or which people in the card community will still have a gig or, you know, be able to make a livelihood out of this in the coming year. And thank you, Brian. And they spoke on a couple people, and who cares? You have an opinion. This person might go out of business for now. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's lighthearted stuff. But then they pulled up Sasha T. We all know Sasha, right? I love
know
Sasha.
of them. Know of them.
Sasha's a young man in the card community that I was introduced to him through his YouTube videos during the pandemic. And the kid's a hustler. You know, buy, flip, works hard, grinds. Bought some really expensive cards as his bankroll and, you know, reach and momentum increased for the last couple of years. And so they were like, they looked at each other. They had a little bit, and they looked at each other. See, this is the sort of thing that they're going to watch and they're going to say something negative about me because I'm about to say this, but this is the truth. And I like them until that made me question some things. Maybe, who knows? But they were like, they looked at each other and they said, we haven't seen Sasha for a while. We haven't heard from him at all, actually, in the last year. Wonder what Sasha's doing. And then they ran a clip. And the clip was President Obama saying that he had killed Osama bin Laden. Mm. Sasha is a brown man with a beard.
Oy.
And that was the clip they ran as a joke. They talked about all of these other how is it exactly? How
is that not the outrage?
Exactly. And so that happened, but that was actually what you just said, Justin, was actually because I'm like, what are you doing, guys? You're unraveling all of your work. You're discrediting yourself with this. Why would you do that? How could you, who observes everything seemingly so clearly, even though your opinion is a little aggressive, how could you put Sasha T's picture up there and then run that clip?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, they have a lot of personality characteristics that are not characteristics that I particularly like or think are healthy. But I'm one man and have my own opinions, and
Yeah.
and we can't expect the world to agree with us, you know. But I mean, certainly from my perspective, there's all sorts of things. I mean, any time that they're sort of anyone pushes back on them, even in a very reasonable way, in their comment section, coming on their videos, they seem to have no interest in changing their opinions or engagement. They have a sort of pathological holier than thou. And I see this, anyone who talks from a moral authority in anything, I'm very suspect of. Again, my opinions sharing there. I think I like people who are like collaborative and who are like, we don't really know, like these are complex things. Let's like figure out, so them presenting ideas and content and doing their digging and, and providing information is great. They're them sort of never changing their opinions, never acknowledging that they were wrong, not caring that they're, offensive to people or hurting people's feelings. Like those are all just really negative characteristics in my view.
Here's the thing.
I would never want to be friends with them, or I would never talk with them or appear or unless they were willing to actually have a debate or engage with me, because they strike me as people who would be interested in destroying me in conversations, and I'm not interested, and now that might not be what they are like outside in real life. That just might be their business strategy to grow their channel.
Right.
And I do think we're in a weird age where like people do this stuff like very intentionally, potentially, and it's like not who like if I had a beer with them, like maybe it would be like fun and
meet somebody different, yeah.
and, you know what I mean? But like they're the way they are on the line, whether it's a persona or not, is not how I choose to conduct myself. And that's one just terrible example of just being like super offensive. But I've seen that the whole way, and making a lot of the statements they say, including like they made some misstatements on those booster boxes that they were talking about in the backyard break stuff. They made some misstatements on how probability and math works. And they're just like, they're either way too confident in themselves and who they are and what they know, or it's an act, and and should be viewed more as entertainment. And then people can say whether or not, that's okay or not, I guess, or ethical or not.
Well, have you ever been to one of those restaurants where people are mean on purpose? It's like the theme of the restaurant. As soon as you walk in, like, why are you here?
Say it again. Have you ever
been to one of those restaurants where they're like mean on purpose? Like
I haven't, but I've seen like a video of something similar on YouTube.
You know what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah.
To me, like, that's just their channel. Like, they're mean on purpose.
But racism's not being mean on purpose. Racism's racism.
This is I'm getting to my underlying point here.
Okay, sorry.
But if you are caring for the hobby like a caretaker, or you're somehow shepherding it in some way, but then you do stuff like that, like Manu just described, like, to me, you lose all credibility. Now you're just mean.
Yeah.
You're just real mean. And like real, like, I don't want to use the word hate because I'm careful with that word.
It was not good. It was not good. I agree with what everyone's. I just couldn't believe it. I was disappointed. Like I do like their perspective on certain things, and I actually appreciate the aggression. There was one video that they ended a few weeks ago. I don't know their names, but there's one video that one of the brothers ended a few weeks ago, and he was in a full-on yelling rant, and he said, I'm sorry, he's yelling at like the companies, the corporations. I'm sorry we haven't been harder on you. I'm sorry this, I'm sorry that. It's time we're going to take it back. Like I loved all of that. And people really embraced it. And the timing for it was pretty spot on with how the energy was in the industry. And then a week after that one second, that one clip, I just was like, what? I can't endorse you guys now. I can't support this. Like, what is wrong with you? And even though they're doing so much that is actually important for us to think about, at least critically think about, bro, you shot yourself in the foot with that one. Like, that was dumb.
And people that do or post mean and insensitive, let's call it insensitive if it's not outright racist. I don't care if you're pretending that you're racist. That stuff has real consequences. And it's been going around a lot lately. And I'm not even going to mention his name because I don't want to give this guy any more shine. But there's a very famous rapper who has said a lot of things very recently.
Yeah, we're not going to get into all of
and
him.
those, but when people do that for clicks, it makes me want to just,
Yeah, he might have a mental condition, so we're not. Yeah, it's
but
terrible.
But people putting stuff out there, like it affected Manu.
Yeah.
In a space that has no room for it. This is about cards and comics, and you're posting content about a hobby, and you're offending people to a place that is disgusting.
Well, here's the thing about the trading card hobby, as I see it. I may be wrong, but as I see it, it's actually pretty small, especially when you get into content creating or hobby celebrities. Like, there's only like 12 people that they can pick on that's like famous in the space. So it's going to be the same people over and over that they're digging at.
Yeah.
And
that's interesting. There's only like
right.
At some point they're going to like come after the little guy who's not even doing anything.
I think that's, I mean, like
there's a reason why there's targets on certain people. No, you're fine. There's a reason why there's targets. Cause like, that's all there is. Like there's like 12 people.
Yeah, it's true.
See, this was also what disappointed me so much about them doing that, is because it discredited them. And I actually appreciated what they were bringing to the surface.
Mm-hmm.
This is the problem. Like, them doing that allows people that didn't even, that were already calling them trolls and already saying that they're just doing this for clicks. This really backs them up now. Now they get to say, look, I told you these guys were X, Y, and Z. They just that was such a blunder.
Hey, Jake, you may have watched enough of my content here, enough of the channel. I don't like saying my content, enough of the channel to know this, but like, I think we can have conversations that have some aggression in them that are still marvelous. I like that term. I think people know what I mean by that. My rules are love people, love cards, keep it marvelous. That's my rule, because people are greater than cards. They mean more. There's more value in someone intrinsically and who they are than any card that's ever been created. There's not a single card that's ever existed that's more valuable than any human that's ever existed. That is my opinion. And so that's not an opinion. That's a fact. And if you don't believe it, you need to look at yourself. And so with that being said, like, we love these cards and they mean a lot to us and have a lot of, we attach a lot to our collectibles, how they impact us in our childhood, what they mean to us now, how much we have invested in them, whatever. And sometimes we can lose sight of what's actually more valuable. And it is people. And that's people in all of their junk too. That's not just the people I like or that look like me, talk like me, think like me, believe like me. That's all people. And for me, I don't want to lose sight of that in being in this space or expose myself or be connected to people who lose sight of that on a regular basis.
Yeah, in my like Patreon and Discord, like we have a thing of just like that if any debate is getting heated to the point where it's feeling like, egos are really getting in the way and like we're trying to win something, or like we're not trying to like further a discussion or get somewhere, or if we're losing sight of like nothing anyone, just to exactly your point, Justin, nothing anyone is saying is more important than just like respecting each other and keeping the respect. Like nothing anyone could say here is more important than that. And just sort of generally having that. Now, that doesn't mean I'm perfect and but it's sort of and I've lost my temper with people before too, and been frustrated and tried to win arguments and, these types of things. But I think yeah, setting that intention and trying to like live by example and create conversations that like, you know, when you're moderating them, you try to hold everyone to sort of that standard. And then you know, we've expressed some maybe slightly differing opinions or some interesting opinions, I think, and thoughts on it. And then people in the chat, like, they're gonna agree with some of what we said, disagree with some of what we say. And there are gonna be some people in the chat who are, you know, are out there who are probably like, I hate that person, or, you know, or this or that, and that's all part of it. You know, but I think for me, as long as the people I'm talking to and hanging out with, I feel like are respecting me and listening to me, I could talk for hours and hours and hours about this with, you know, with anyone, no matter what their opinion is, you know, as long as I feel like there's that respect and part of respect to me is actually being able to be like, I'm actually wrong, or changing my opinion, or maybe, you know, shifting over. I don't really enjoy debates that it's like people are dug in. I've just never been particularly interested in those sorts of things. So I try to remove myself from those as well.
No, I'm with
Me
you, man.
debating with someone is just humoring or tolerating someone because I think I'm right anyway.
We debate sometimes. It's good.
You're always right, huh?
Yeah, like we've debated on the meaning of words, and I've been wrong. And I've admitted I was wrong.
And I debated with you on price of a 9.8 Turtles Adventures #1.
Hey, that worked out though. Didn't it?
It did.
Who was right?
Both of us.
Both of us are right. We both win.
Yeah.
Here,
All right.
I'll show you.
Show me.
Yeah, hold on, wait.
Jake, what is your most recent Marvel card purchase? That book.
I actually bought a card.
This is a 9.8.
But-
This is 9.8 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Adventures. It's from 88. It's a 9.8 newsstand, beautifully centered. This thing always shows the back cover on the spine. This one's actually gorgeous. He undersold it, to be honest. It's a newsstand. This is the first appearance of the different color headbands on the Ninja Turtles. This
And
is
also
when the
the
Ninja
first
Turtles
appearance
became
of-
the Turtles I remember.
And the
I
first
love that.
appearance of Krang and Bebop and Rocksteady.
I knew that, but I forgot that, and I'm glad that you added that.
And I got some Wizard #1s now.
Look at that.
So, as part of the deal, you got some Wizard #1s. Is that what
Yeah.
we're
This is
hearing?
what we did.
Yeah.
This is what we
Man, that is awesome. Hey, I want to
Yeah.
read this comment from Derpa. I'm being a positive force now for my niece and nephew and showing them the world can be a beautiful place and trying to fuel their passions. We all have to strive to make a positive impact. I love it, man. Love you too, bud.
did. Yeah.
Thank you.
Love you, man. Thank you.
That's good.
I just
Look,
copied you completely. I didn't mean to, though. It was organic.
I'm having that impact on you. That's
No,
good.
those 4 wizards were not for sale on Facebook last week. These are a cut above. But no, they
These
weren't.
are higher grades.
Actually,
is what
I
you're
don't
saying.
even know which ones were for sale. I just said that, assuming entirely.
Andrew
Believe
says
in our
aggression-
product. Dave, we believe in our product.
You
That's
did.
right. And when you see Todd, you get Todd for Turtles.
You get top turtles.
That's the only
Andrew-
rule on my channel, Justin. When you see Todd, you buy
Well,
Todd.
hey, you see Todd, you buy Todd. I like your rule, actually. Aggression can be a necessary tool, but it gets dangerous when it crosses the line into hate. And
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and act like I have the answer. I just know that if I walk outside and I see someone beating a small child, like I'm going to create all the aggression that situation needs and then some because of that scenario. But if I see someone cheating on their taxes, what do you want me to do? That's not the same level of aggression. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
anyways,
Moving
But where do we go from here?
Charts and graphs. Why do I hate them?
Some of my recent, I've been picking up some Star Wars stuff recently that I can show. This is
Show it,
recently
man.
picked up,
Hold on, let me put you on the big
Stellar
screen.
Oh, it's a
Han
Harry
Solo.
Ford.
photo. I'm trying to work on some of these stellar cards. I also love, I really like just a lot of these.
The masterwork.
Like these are, these
Oh,
are
that's dope.
out of 10. I think are cool.
Out of
Hey,
10.
Cody, I think you really got us figured out, and I appreciate that comment.
Yes. Thank you, Cody.
But yeah, Star Wars is way less expensive than Marvel.
Yeah.
which is part of why I'm very into it right now. But I
Wait,
will
you
say
said
that the
Star Wars is less expensive.
Yeah.
considerably like this card out of 10,
Uh-huh.
which you can't compare it to a green PMG because PMGs are sort of its own huge thing and its own thing in sports, and Masterwork doesn't exist in sports. But like, Masterwork is sort of the, outside of Stellar, which is just all autographs and it's like a insanely expensive case that they do. Yeah, this is like the most premium or one of the most premiums, arguably with a couple of others. And an out of 10 of the key character, right, is going to cost you $100 to $200, $300. Very different market. I do think that like what I love about Marvel cards is I love the comic book art. And that appeals to me more than like just cut out movie moments, just like, so I love the Marvel cards and the PMGs, and they're gorgeous, but it does become like I can get this stuff for quite a bit cheaper. And I would say that I'm more of a Star Wars fan than I am Marvel if I had to pick just one, even though I like both quite a bit.
Do you mean movies? Like, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying there when you say you like Star Wars more. You're talking about the cards or the movies?
The property. The property, the stories, the characters. And I don't know if that's like because I actually like it better. Just I was more as a kid, I was definitely more introduced to Star Wars and engaged in Star Wars a little bit more when I was younger. Marvel was really more like a lot of the more modern movies, to be honest. And I was certainly always aware of these characters because I think most people are aware of who Spider-Man is, even if they're not like super into it. But I was actually more of a DC guy. I really liked the Joker and Batman and more than Marvel. Yeah, I apologize. This is like horrible.
Why are you on my channel again?
Well, I'm going to say something controversial. I think I'm more of a Star Wars fan than Marvel fan, but they're like, there's no Marvel movie that'll ever be better than Empire Strikes Back. Like, it's not possible. There's no story better than Empire Strikes Back. Justin, I don't know. Would you agree with me on that?
Well, so I would say it differently. I would say that like there are moments in like Marvel viewing, whether it be the animated series, whether it be the movies, that are much more important to me. And then like the bulk of Star Wars movies, not everything. I'm not co-signing every movie they've ever made. Is there, and then it's the rest of Marvel. Right. Like as a whole, from a viewing standpoint, like I'm in my recliner, I'm shutting the world off, I'm watching something. Yes, more times than not, I would actually choose a Star Wars movie over many of the Marvel movies.
Yeah. But I would also go to say
what movies do you like?
He likes Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
I
Wolf
love
of Wall Street. Oh, I didn't like Wolf of Wall Street that much, but I enjoy movies like that.
Like that.
Yeah.
That's a Star Wars thing. Yeah.
But I wanted to ask
sorry,
Jake,
you said something. I talked over you. Okay.
Oh, no. Sorry. I didn't realize you were going to continue. So I like talked over you for a second. I was just going to say that I really like the Star Wars shows. And I think that's part of what I'm really enjoying. Like The Mandalorian, I really liked, maybe not as much as like a lot of people did. I thought it was like very solid. Like it was
every other episode was great.
Yeah, there was a lot of just like dead time, and I thought it was kind of slow at parts, but there are definitely parts I really liked. But I really like what's it called?
Please say Andor.
Yes.
Andor's the best thing I've watched all year.
I really liked Andor. Yeah, like I think Andor is just fantastic, and I think they have so much room to grow into all of these like amazing characters and stories, and I just love the Star Wars world. It's just so excellent. So I like can't wait for, I'm really looking forward to like Ahsoka, like the Ahsoka show they're gonna do. Like Ahsoka is a phenomenal character with like such an interesting backstory and like such a great character. It's hard to imagine that's not going to be great. Obi-Wan,
look what they did with Boba and Obi-Wan.
Okay, so unfortunately,
they know how to shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah,
nobody ever wanted to see Boba Fett not be a bad guy. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like we grew up and he's the coolest looking bad guy that doesn't have a story. But I had a question. For Jake, but I want to start off and preface it by, yes, I do sell on Whatnot, and I recognize how toxic that app is. But I'm in those two spaces.
Some of my like best friends in the hobby sell and Whatnot. So
yeah,
I'm
it's toxic.
not like anti Whatnot entirely. It depends on the seller. Some sellers more than
Exactly. But I do have a question when it pertains to Marvel and Star Wars. Do you think the reason why Star Wars cards are still kind of a bit undervalued, even though it's far bigger of a property than Marvel, it's been around, like it just makes more money. Do you think it's because Whatnot just has not adapted to having a Star Wars category for card sales? Because like, the rise of Marvel cards comes along with the rise of Whatnot, and all these things kind of, rising tide raises all ships.
I disagree with that.
I have a totally different opinion.
Yeah, that's not,
okay.
We'll get back to that.
Yeah. But do you think
maybe
that's
a great conversation then for us all to have? It'll be great to hear all the different opinions.
Because like the market consists of eBay sales, right? We look at GPA is all based on eBay sales, but Whatnot's not even in that space, and they don't have a space for Star Wars cards. So there's just a percentage of people buying collectibles right now that aren't seeing what that stuff's about because they're buying exclusively through Whatnot. And I used to think that this thing was going to fail quick, but I don't know numbers, but charts and graphs would probably tell you that 10 to 20% of all collectibles being sold right now are being sold on Whatnot, and nobody's charting the sales on there. So I don't know if it, but
did you guys want to? You guys seem like you both had a burning opinion.
Yeah.
If you guys want to start,
Justin, go ahead and take it.
Okay, so Marvel car sales rose with content creating. It's not the only reason, but it started with the COVID boom and
Neo,
the PSA 10 90MU. That gave it relevancy to create content, and then the content kept creating. And I'm not just speaking to me; I'm talking about Neo specifically. Whatnot was not on the scene at that point in time,
right?
And so Whatnot became an outlet for people to obtain Marvel cards, and certainly has assisted in people getting them into their hands.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Actually, I can see where Whatnot actually hurts Marvel card values because people spend money per pack at a high rate that they could buy just the insert, and that money's not actually going into chasing the insert. So I could actually see how that flow of money actually reduces the overall what cards are selling for. But I think it has more to do with that. And I would like to ask this question. Who are the quintessential Star Wars content creators that is growing the Star Wars trading card hobby?
Well, Neo's definitely one of those people that will champion Star Wars. He talked about one on that Pedro Pascal for forever, and the Ashley, what's her name?
The
Ashley Eckstein. The Ahsoka.
Ahsoka, yeah.
And so he's in that same space, but I can't speak for anybody else.
Yeah.
I think Allie from Titan, who does openings, she's on a market channel, but she opens lots of Star Wars, and she has by far the biggest audience in that space. And, some of her videos have 70,000 views or 100,000 views opening Star Wars, and that does some exposure for sure. But I think a big part of it was the PMGs. Really, and correct me if you guys agree with me, but I think it was the PMGs and the connection that the PMGs are some of the most expensive sports cards there are, and one of the biggest kind of most collectible brands that hit with them. And I think PMGs really brought a lot of sports people and a lot of the money into that, which then I think, to be honest, made a lot of money to a lot of like Marvel collectors who have been here for a while, who were then also able to then pay more and buy more outside of the PMGs and kind of go back. And I think it kind of flooded the hobby with
no doubt that
happened. And so that kind of raised the bar, because people who are really knowledgeable like you guys are like, well, there's a lot more in this hobby than PMGs, and there's a lot of really cool stuff that is not PMGs that now feels undervalued relative to the PMGs. I'm going to sell maybe some of my PMGs and go into that. So I think that where Star Wars just hasn't, like Star Wars had Sapphire, which like blew up in price and there were really expensive sales. Star Wars has had The Galaxy Chrome set, the great curators talked a lot about that set and did some like videos that got quite a bit with like DAP Sports that definitely got some heat, and there were definitely some, quite high prices and sales around that. I do think, and again, it's subjective. I think Marvel has way more really cool cards than Star Wars, and that's coming from a Star Wars fan.
Yeah. So are you saying there's not like a quintessential modern card that people are like building the hobby around? Is that what you mean?
I think the comic book art and all of the comic book styles just gives an endless amount of really amazing art to put on cards and in Star Wars, you do have like really cool art that's been drawn and like in the Chrome Galaxy, you have that. But a lot of the cards that would be like the equivalent to like a green PMG are movie cutouts.
Right.
And it's like, I'm just not sure. I don't know if those hit as well for the majority of people than you getting like the first appearance of Spider-Man on a car, from a comic book, like that specific thing. Like now I still think Star Wars is very underrated and undervalued, and the difference is so massive, but I also think there are plenty of good reasons why Marvel, has a higher value that are fundamentals that are not just.
Jake, I have a question for you based on that, but I wanted to hear where can I do it? What Manu said. I can't. Where's he at? There he is. There.
Sorry. What was I saying about what?
Well, you had a response to Dave too when you were saying whatnot.
I won't get too far into it. I'll just simply say I don't credit whatnot with the rise in Marvel because
I wasn't trying to say it was the only route. It wasn't I wasn't saying it was sole.
I mean, okay. Yeah. I mean, well, then it obviously has something to do with it because it's another place where people can find it, interact with it, purchase it, satisfy the bug of looking for it. So it has something to do with it. And Justin, I think you said that, this is just for clarity's sake, because I was not involved with whatnot prior, but they were Jake, can you speak to this for me? They're in the Pokemon space for several years prior to getting into comics and Marvel cards and things, correct?
So whatnot, when it started, did everything, but Pokemon and partnering with Pokemon creators, Pokemon is definitely the biggest part of whatnot, but it's doing Funko Pops from every IP right at the beginning. It's doing comic books. It's really just trying to be like in the collectible space in general, but it is majority Pokemon.
It looks like it's been around.
I remember when it made this.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed all of that. What was it?
It looks like it's been around since 2019.
Yes, it was. And I think I told you that I was interested in investing in their Series A.
And I forgot about that.
And they told me that they've already raised enough and they don't need any more. They were raising $4 million, if I remember correctly. And then shortly after that, they raised 20, and I was bummed because that valuation was nicer than the one that I would have been in if I had put in some into that $4 million. And right at that time, they, like all of us, were realizing, wow, something's happening. It wasn't happening because of them. They happened because of it, or they at least ramped up.
Yeah.
But Dave, sorry, you're right that you did not say they're the only reason, because you wouldn't say that.
No.
And then they started Whatnot Comics. It became a completely separate Instagram page from their Whatnot page, which seemed like more of a Pokemon-centric page. And if I remember correctly, actually, I don't want to get that wrong. It's been a while since I did my due diligence, but I think it was the founder of the company that was really deep into Pokemon stuff, if I remember correctly. They started the Marvel Comics thing, and they started reaching out to everybody in the DMs. It was just that kind of thing. They hired a few people to reach out to absolutely everybody. I was one of those individuals. And this is before anybody was selling comics on Whatnot. Well, in terms of, Whatnot Comics, like in terms of before there's a movement, before anyone.
And remember what was happening on Instagram. Instagram didn't want you to sell. Like it started hiding comments. Like if you were doing a claim sale.
I've heard you say that a few times now, but I've never experienced it. And I know a lot of people that sell. So although I value your experience, there's kind of a lot more people that still do and still have. And I don't know if that's necessarily Instagram trying to stop
So there's
selling.
two experiences I had with it. One was on Nerdy Girls Chat. People would put in claim or whatever phrase that they were using, and she wouldn't see it. And they're like, it's there. She's like, I can't see it.
I remember
So-
they're like, put this emoji with it. It won't get fun. It won't get censored or
Right.
whatever.
And then we were doing card sales with cards of metal. And we were beginning to realize like Instagram isn't really starting to be as good of a place for him to do that. And then that's when I think Cards of Metal probably when the first Marvel card like only person he may have been, but that's when he made the move from Instagram to Whatnot. So that's when Whatnot became visible for me.
Yeah.
Was when Nerdy Girl moved over and when Cards of Metal moved over.
Right. Dave, how are your experiences with live sales on Instagram?
I stopped doing them because something happened to my account and it happened to a couple other sellers that they rolled back the 4-hour limit to 60 minutes.
Right.
Mhm.
And I was getting cut off at 60 minutes when everybody else was going 4 hours. So I can speak to what Justin's saying because I think they did that to some sellers. But that's when I just moved to my sale over to YouTube where my channel was anyway. And it's like, this has been a beautiful thing. So
I don't think Instagram wanted to be a selling platform in that a live selling platform.
Well, it's not that they
could be
didn't
wrong.
want to. Oh,
There we go. There he's
It's
back.
Whoa.
it's not that they
Oh,
didn't.
hey, Jake. Oh, wait.
What's going on here?
Putting us back.
Justin, I don't think it's that they didn't want
Musical
to.
squares?
They haven't found a way to monetize it, and they don't want people making money without them getting a cut. Hence, Whatnot. But then,
Well,
like I could go into the toxicity of
I
Whatnot.
think they could get in trouble if they don't learn how to capture taxes.
Sure.
And so they don't want to have that kind of legality again on them. It's not that they don't want people to do it. It's
Right.
there's other
They have to
aspects.
come up with a system of how to do it so that they can
being able
get,
to send 1099s. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the what Manu's talking about and the Whatnot thing with the publishing of the comics, it's a scam. You publish a comic.
Oh, that came way after some
Yeah,
of the,
yeah. But I
some of
got
the,
those
you know-
emails. But I got those emails you're talking about, the messages about getting on board with their.
Oh, I had the meetings. I had the phone calls. I set
Yeah.
up the thing. I had the pressure to go live. And then I was like, hey, Dave or whoever. I'm sorry, this is your name, but I think it was the person I was emailing with. Honestly, I think my emails were with Dave. But I was like, hey, man, I'm not really a live seller. You know,
Yeah.
it's not what I do. I sell 5 books a month. What am I going to
Yeah.
go live for? You know,
You're
it's
the
not what I do.
you're the guy that sells to you're the guy that sells the yacht while everybody else is selling the lifeboats.
I as terrible as that sounded, I like the analogy. That's yes. know.
I have a lot of respect for you. You know that.
I appreciate. I love you, man.
Me too.
Thank you.
Jake, are you selling on Whatnot?
I don't know. I go to conventions and vend, which I really
my
enjoy
man,
doing in person. It's like my favorite thing to do is to sell in person. And I used to do quite a bit more eBay. I have a channel. People contact me. I sell things through Instagram a decent amount. And then I actually consign quite a bit with a friend of mine who does the selling for me, so I can like focus on the buying.
Jake, are you Northwest? Did I hear you say Bend?
Sorry?
Did I hear you say Bend, Oregon, or Bend's? Where? Oh,
I'm on the East Coast.
Oh, you said East Coast. You said Bend, and I thought you meant Oregon.
Yeah. I did want to touch on one point that you guys were making before, which I think is interesting, is that on the Whatnot, like, did Whatnot cause this? And one thing in the Pokemon space was this Logan Paul booster box live stream that he did that maybe you guys are familiar with, even not being at all in the Pokemon space, because it was just such a big online thing. Are you familiar with?
Maybe I know something
Logan
about it.
Paul
Maybe I
boom?
think.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I know. Like,
He's got the card.
Like I said, I was working really hard during 2020, and my brother and Valor Comics, which is Daniel, and another friend that y'all may or may not have ever heard me talk about, is a guy named Zach. And they were like, hey, this Logan Paul guy's doing this thing with Pokemon. We're going to sell our Pokemon cards now. And they did. He like got his childhood cards together, sold them to some guy in South Africa for $9,000, and which was a tremendous amount of money compared to, what they were used to exchanging that kind of stuff for.
Sure.
And that's what I heard.
I mean, we had a massive explosion in prices, 30x on some very niche items. not dissimilar to some things that PMGs did, and you know, and in the Marvel world too. But the point I wanted to touch on was like, I do think influencers, big influencers, and big businesses coming into the space definitely expand and explode the market, and certainly like Whatnot and like, you know, eBay, because eBay has made a lot of investments in cards and pushing cards and giving money to card creators so it's not just Whatnot, you know, eBay, PWCC, Heritage, Golden, like they put a lot of money, PSA, CGC, the million new grading card companies. But like none of that would exist if we all didn't like the stuff. And we don't like the stuff because the content creators are telling us to like it, in my opinion. The content creators are largely, now some people maybe, but most of us, it's the content creators, and these people are giving us platforms to hang out and talk about it and show that we like about it and connect, and are introducing more people to it who end up really liking it. And so, you know, I think it's sort of like, and then that pushes more companies to come in, which establishes the market even more, and more content creators can now create businesses, and more people can create businesses, which then brings more people in because they have more of an audience and they put more effort into bringing. So it's this kind of really nice cycle of how hobbies become fairly established. And it's been an exciting time. You know, that being said, obviously there's also has been a ton of investment speculation and businesses being started because people wanted to not do what they were doing before. And in some cases, maybe being too aggressive in their business or going on credit. Or so there is a lot. I mean, part of why we've seen a big, you know, pullback in basically all markets that went up in a huge amount from collectibles is because of that speculation, like the massive amount of speculation kind of getting over their skis, paying for things that they couldn't afford. And we still have some of that, you know, and pockets of that. But I also think undeniably the hobbies are so much bigger and healthier and more expansive with so much more business and so many more interested fans than before. So it's like phenomenal. But like where that equilibrium point ends up and like where prices end up, it's sort of like, you know, we're all watching. It's sort of anybody's guess right now. But
hey, by the way, Derpa said that they found after his mother passed, Pokemon Fossil and Jungle from 1999 sealed boxes. So I don't know what that means, but it sounds like a good thing because he's talking about paying for college with it. It's awesome.
I have like a thing I want to bring up, but I don't want it to
Derp,
force
I'm
like
sorry
another.
to hear that.
Oh, I don't want it to force another 45 minutes if we don't have it. But and it really does have to do with charts and graphs.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. So say it, and I'll make sure we don't go 45 minutes.
Okay. So I watch Neo like every day, and I love Neo. And I it's the only charts and graphs I watch. But when it comes to the comic space right now and the card space, we're all looking at GPA. We're all looking at like these sites that collate data. But at this point, there's so much. I would almost gather. I can't say this with confidence and any facts, but this is my opinion that eBay GPA sales is probably about 20% of what's being sold right now. There's no data from Whatnot. There's no data from Instagram live sales. There's no data from YouTube live sales. I mean, I sold a while ago, like 6 months ago, I sold a raw Batman Beyond newsstand #1 for $1,000. Nice. That didn't move the needle. And so like, the market's dropping. People are looking at eBay and being like, oh, prices are dropping. But nobody's being like, oh, this is selling for this on these Instagram sales. And A1 is selling it for this because A1 does a sale, every night? And they do a big sale with 100 people in there. Elite, that stuff is not being shown on any of these charts and graphs. So like, that's what like weird domino effect that's going on in the market. Like people are like, oh, prices are going down, but nobody's really paying attention to what's happening off of eBay and on Elite and on Diamond Comic Club or Whatnot for cards. So it's just strange that like everybody talks about charts and graphs, but nobody wants to talk about 80 or maybe 50% of the sales are happening away from the charts and the graphs. I mean, I told Manu about my friend did an auction for a Wizard #1 raw that sold for $450. Nobody knows about that. That didn't move the needle, but it happened. And it only happened 2 weeks ago. So I just, when people talk about the charts and graphs, I'm like, that doesn't really account for most of the stuff that's going on these days. And
it's actually really,
yeah.
I don't know where that puts things.
I mean, one thing I talk a lot about my audience with is like, when I have $1,000 card, I could sell that card for $1,300, $700. It's all about finding the right person, the right buyer, the right situation. If we take it away from the fees, I'm going to sell it less. If we put it on a higher fee structure, I'm going to look to get more out of it. These markets are part of the reason why a lot of us can have businesses in this space it's not actually investing. You're buying in auctions, and then you're flipping and selling and vending or whatnot, or places where you're able to get more money. There's a lot of arbitrage opportunity in these markets. It's not the stock market where everything is optimized and, everyone's basically paying the same price, right? And because of that, you're absolutely right. Like the charts and the graphs and the info we have is not all encompassing or as, perfect as something like a chart or a graph would be in the stock market. But I wouldn't say that it makes it useless. I just think that it and I know you're not saying that, but I think it's important to take it and kind of let that info kind of flow over you, and it helps organize you a little bit in the hobby. But just as you said, it's not gospel.
January of this year. Oh, Manu, please go ahead.
I was just going to say what Jake's saying is it can help you identify a trend. You can quickly observe something if a GPA or what have you shows 20 sales and they're all blah, 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 blah. There's a trend you can definitely identify and say, oh, this thing's going that direction. Because I would say, like, if a UF4, an Ultimate Fallout 4 first print is on eBay selling for $19.99, $2,000, that's a GPA recorded sale. I don't think someone's paying $3,000 for it somewhere else, but they might be paying 22 or 23, and that is still down substantially from the $3,000 height that it was at. But what Dave is saying is absolutely correct. And also what a friend of ours on Instagram, Professor Pecora, said a few weeks ago was really interesting, a few months ago, is that Comic Connect, no, not Comic Connect, I think it's Comic Link. No, it might be Comic Connect. I'm sorry. So one of the auctions, one of the really popular comic book auction sites that sells a lot all the time, GPA doesn't capture their sales. Yeah. So they're like a legit source. So you have to have a bunch of different places. Oh, Andrew, thank you, Andrew. He says Comic Link. You have to have a bunch of different places to check that stuff, for sure. Yeah. And I mean, and just like Dave, my sales aren't recorded, and I've literally sold books for $2,500, and then see an eBay sale for $1,350, and feel like, oh, I hope my customer doesn't hate me.
There was a situation back in January of this year of 2022. I believe I got my dates right. I could be wrong. Where a blue 2013 Fleer Retro blue Spider-Man PMG BGS 9 sold on Golden Auction for $132,000, while there was one on eBay for $99,000.
Wow.
And as soon as the auction ended, within a day or so, the other one sold for $99,000. Now,
amazing that it took a day. Oh, well, it's a few people that can afford that kind of thing.
Yeah,
so it could take a day.
Like a day or so, like not long. Yeah. And people were like, that proves that the Golden Auction's not real and that it couldn't happen, blah, 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 blah. And the reality is not everyone's on eBay. And not everybody has the same level of trust if they're going to spend six figures for eBay as they do maybe going through an auction house. Right. And so, but like not every buyer or seller is aware of everything that's going on at all times. Yeah. And so if you're, I think at midnight where I'm at now, if I'm having this conversation, what I'm thinking through is, how do I then guard against what might appear to be overpaying or underselling? And I think if people take your advice, Manu, where they stay in the lane of what they truly love, like they really appreciate, and they're not trying to get so far out of their lane where they're like not only specking, like they're specking that even they will like it. That's where the danger is, especially if you're just looking at charts and graphs to determine whether or not you should make that purchase.
Yeah. And the one thing I would add to that, Justin, too, about the two different auctions is that just because you have two PSA 9s or PSA 10s or whatever, it doesn't mean those are two identical cards. You know, you can have 10s that are 8s in there. You know, so I think
eBay
that
photo was horrible.
Right. You know, so, you know, now, is it also possible that that price was manipulated on, you know, and wasn't
All
paid
kinds
for?
of conversation.
Of course.
About that.
But it's not definite. And I think that's the point you're saying, you know, and we don't know. And it's very easy to jump to conclusions, you know, one way or the other. It's a crazy area we're all in for sure.
Look at Derpa. He's a real friend. We could talk about all
what
this
did he
stuff.
say here?
But it's midnight and Justin needs to get some sleep before going to work. We're at 4 hours and 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Quite the eclectic show. Jake, I know we said I want to be on your channel one day, so set that up. And appreciate you jumping in. Kind of turned the conversation, got a little heavy. Not gonna lie there. I didn't expect the conversation about sports card radio. Why is it radio, by the way?
I don't know. Maybe it just has a good ring to it.
Does it? Okay.
Sports card radio? It's pretty easy to say.
It sounds like something that would sounds like something that existed for 40 years.
From a know-it-all marketer, it's a good name.
It's a good name. Okay. Well, it's working, so I can't. What can I say? All right, we lost Manu.
Bye, Manu.
Well, I appreciate you having me on. It was nice getting a chance to chat with you and both of you. And yeah, I've wanted to come on for a bit just because you just have a really nice group of people always on. Yeah. And I appreciate the conversations over here. And I just love talking cards with like other nice people who are passionate about cards. So even if I'm not the biggest Marvel fan in the world or the most knowledgeable person, I appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dave. Man, as always.
Yeah. Hey,
appreciate you.
I appreciate you having me on. I'm always happy to throw away money just to have fun.
$1,200 to $2,000. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Whatever.
Chat. My desire is that we honored what we said we were going to do. We're going to monitor the comments and get to the questions. I think we did that pretty well tonight. Appreciate you all being here. Manu, man, love you. I know I lost you like the last hour. But
no, I'm here.
But I appreciate you, man.
I want to say something to Jake really quickly before we sign off.
You say it.
Jake, really, really nice having a conversation with you and hearing from you and hanging with you. And, you know, aside from what sort of cards or what sort of comics or graphs and charts about values, you mentioned market psychology, and that's just human psychology. And I would love to get into one of those conversations one day, you know, because without looking at a single chart, you could just kind of scan the room and kind of tell what's in the air. And that's human psychology. And that determines a lot. So I would love to have that conversation.
We almost talked about that tonight.
And maybe I'll have you guys both on the channel, you know, together, and we can have that discussion. But we do a lot of market conversation. And in my opinion, like all of these pop culture markets are very similar. I mean, they operate on the exact same principles. And so, you know, obviously it helps to know a little, you know, about the various markets, to be able to have a conversation about it. But I think we could have a very interesting conversation about Marvel and, you know, and the market of Marvel and all that type of thing that would be interesting to a lot of Pokemon fans who aren't necessarily interested in Marvel. So we should set it up.
Sign me up.
Nice meeting you, Jake.
Pleasure meeting you as well.
Awesome. My wife's like, who are you talking to? I'm like, Jake. Jake who? Jake from State Farm? What's he wearing? Khakis. It's midnight, you know? Who are you talking to right
Justin,
now?
you just won. You like won. You won. You said the funniest thing tonight.
All right, everybody. I really appreciate you all being here for another 4-hour episode of The Marvel Show. Please do me a favor, hit that like button. Make sure you're following all these guys here. Check out Pokenomics, even if you're not into Pokemon. He's got other cards he can share with you. And so, Manu, thank you, man. Jake, Dave, appreciate you. Everybody, as always, I hope you have a marvelous day.